Power in the way I shadows move. Every little touch becomes a proof. Written in the midnight on the car, like silk, cold stare. You move like distant sun, slow burn in the air. Every step is danger, gold flash, red glass. You smile like you're a stranger. I still can't look past. You're that red voltage, infinitely dark. I chase, beautiful, exotic. I'm lost inside your waves. Red voltage running through this crowded room. If I touch you once, I'll be glowing through the whisper in a language I don't understand. My shadow leans in closer, like it's holding out its hand. You circle me in patterns, ancient, short, precise. One taste of your orbit, I'll never think twice. You're that red voltage, infinitely dark. I chase, beautiful, exotic. I'm lost inside your waves. Red voltage running through this crowded room. If I touch you once, I'll be glowing through a gloom. Timeless, you don't ever fade, priceless, like you never can be claimed, endless. Every look rewrites my name. One more step, and I've been filled safe. You're the revoltage, infinitely dark. I chase, beautiful, exotic. I'm lost inside your waves. Revoltage running through this crowded room. If I touch you once, I'll be glowing just surrender to your core. In your endless night, I am finally silk, cold stare. You move like distant thunder, slow burning the air. Every step is danger, cold flash, red glass. You smile like you're a stranger. I still can't look past. You're that red voltage, infinitely dark. I chase, beautiful, exotic. I'm lost inside your waves. Red voltage running through this crowded room. If I touch you once, I'll be glowing through the whisper in the language I don't understand. My shadow leans in closer, like it's holding out its hand. You circle me in patterns, ancient, sharp, precise. One taste of your orbit, I'll never think twice. You're that red voltage, infinitely dark. I chase, beautiful, exotic. I'm lost inside your waves. Red voltage running through this crowded room. If I touch you once, I'll be glowing through a glow. Timeless. You don't ever fade, priceless. Like you never can be claimed, endless. Every look rewrites my name. One more step and nothing feels the same. You're the revoltage, infinitely dark. I chase, beautiful, exotic. I'm lost inside your waves. Revoltage running through this crowded room. If I touch you once, I'll be glowing just surrender to you. In your endless night, I am finally midnight on the car, black silk, cold stare. You move like distant thunder, slow burning the air. Every step is danger, cold flash, red glass. You smile like you're a stranger. I still can't look past. You're that red voltage, infinitely dark. I chase, beautiful, exotic. I'm lost inside your waves. Red voltage running through this crowded room. If I touch you once, I'll be glowing through the whisper in a language I don't understand. My shadow leans in closer, like it's holding out its hand. You circle me in patterns, ancient, sure, precise. One taste of your orbit, I'll never think twice. You're that red voltage, infinitely dark, I chase. Beautiful, exotic. I'm lost inside your waves. Red voltage running through this crowded room. If I touch you once, I'll be glowing through a gloom. Timeless, you don't ever fade, priceless, like you never can be claimed, endless. Every look rewrites my name. One more step and nothing feels the same. You're the red voltage, infinitely dark, I chase. Beautiful, exotic. I'm lost inside your waves. Red voltage, running through this crowded room. If I touch you once, I'll be going just surrender to your core. In your endless night, I am finally midnight on the car, like silk, cold stare. You move like distant thunder, slow burn in the air. Every step is danger, cold flash, red glass. You smile like you're a stranger, I still can't look past. You're that red voltage, infinitely dark, I chase. Beautiful, exotic. I'm lost inside your waves. Red voltage running through this crowded room. If I touch you once, I'll be glowing through the whisper in a language I don't understand. My shadow leans in closer, like it's holding out its hand. You circle me in patterns, ancient, sure, precise. One taste of your orbit, I'll never think If I touch you once, I'll be glowing through a glow. Timeless, you don't ever fade, priceless. Like you never can be claimed, endless. Every look rewrites my name. One more step and nothing feels the same. You're the revoltage, infinitely dark, I chase. Beautiful, exotic. I'm lost inside your ways. Revoltage, running through this crowded room. If I touch you once, I'll be going just surrender to your core. In your endless night, I am finally midnight on the car, black silk, cold stare. You move like distance on slow burn in the air. Every step is danger, cold flash, red glass. You smile like you're a stranger. I still can't look past. You're that red voltage, infinitely dark. I chase, beautiful, exotic. I'm lost inside your waves. Red voltage, running through this crowded room. If I touch you once, I'll be glowing through the whisper in a language I don't understand. My shadow leans in closer, like it's holding out its hand. You circle me in patterns, ancient, short, precise. One taste of your orbit, I'll never think twice. You're that red voltage, infinitely dark. I chase, beautiful, exotic. I'm lost inside your waves. Red voltage, running through this crowded room. If I touch you once, I'll be glowing through a glow. Timeless, you don't ever fade, priceless. Like you never can be claimed, endless. Every look rewrites my name. One more step and nothing feels the same. You're the revoltage, infinitely dark. I chase, beautiful, exotic. I'm lost inside your ways. Revolters running through this crowded room. If I touch you once, I'll be going just surrender to your call. In your endless night, I am midnight on the clock, like silk, cold stare. You move like distant sun, slow burning the air. Every step is danger, gold flash, red glass. You smile like you're a stranger. I still can't look past. You're that red voltage, infinitely dark. I chase, beautiful, exotic. I'm lost inside your waves. Red voltage running through this crowded room. If I touch you once, I'll be glowing through the whisper in a language I don't understand. My shadow leans in closer, like it's holding out its hand. You circle me in patterns, ancient, short, precise. One taste of your orbit, I'll never think twice. You're that red voltage, infinitely dark. I chase, beautiful, exotic. I'm lost inside your waves. Red voltage running through this crowded room. If I touch you once, I'll be glowing through a gloom. Timeless, you don't ever fade, priceless, like you never can be claimed, endless. Every look rewrites my name. One more step and nothing feels the same. You're the
I'm supposed to be locked in. I'm supposed to be sending $5.
Hey, hold the room down. I'll be right back.
Oh, so Daddy, you want to do that? So you want to? All right, cool.
Oh, majority of the time you don't even send a deposit, bitch. So shut it.
I know. Don't tell my business. Stop telling my
Exactly.
Stop telling my. All right, let me just send this.
You make us send a deposit and she don't send it.
Oh, Naya. Don't say that.
Listen, I saw that and I said, last time. That was last time.
Remind you, no.
When she just get this now, tell that bitch got to now on my kid.
Okay, I quit. All right, I'm finna see your money, bro. Damn.
Yeah, please.
I'm telling my
They got 6 people over there in their room. Like, get y'all lame, crippled ass on.
Nice.
Y'all supposed to be in the thing. Get y'all on Clubhouse every day.
Where you want me to send it to? Yeah, we can back. Huh?
Yeah.
Okay.
Hey, blood.
Hey, Danielle.
What y'all doing?
Nothing, girl, waiting for motherfuckers to pull up. And show me something.
I mean, booty.
These niggas ain't been outside since 2021, 2022, and they still think they run the city. Get y'all little bitch ass on.
Wait, Dale. Why is it not letting me text you? Can you here send it down to my number? I'm finna see my number.
Well, you need to go your ass to sleep. It's nap time.
Cause it says still to load earlier messages. Like what the fuck?
Sleep time, little one.
Oh, Instagram fucking up. You ready for my number? Okay, wait.
I'm gonna play all on your phone.
No, I got her number. I got your number, babe. You don't gotta say it.
Who the fuck is you talking to?
Oh, now you're calling me. I'm tripping.
Then who said something like that to play on my bow, bitch?
Me,
Shut up, fatty waddy.
Daddy, cute.
Let me tell shut up to her.
Shut up, fatty waddy.
Okay, there you go. Hold on, wait. Let me see your money.
Who you talking to, fat?
Danielle, can I get green?
You fatty waddy.
And don't forget 9 o'clock.
Yeah, Pastor, but I ain't gonna lie. If you clap the room or drunk anybody, I swear to God, I'm
You the one that's having the time.
On the 20th, right?
You said the 20th.
I'm just saying, I don't know.
I said the 20th.
That's how you get good in real life.
My party is on the 21st.
I'm worried about my nose.
Danielle, my party is on the 21st.
So next Friday, okay.
Yeah, okay. I'm gonna send you the time too.
Yeah, where the room
Let
go?
me get green.
Why get green?
Be quiet, fatty waddy.
You got that, bud?
Damn, I can't get green.
Hey, huh?
Yeah. And don't forget, the 20th. Okay.
I'm not gonna lie, I really don't even care about this clubhouse shit. I'll drop low. I'm waiting on motherfuckers to pull up.
He taking a big boo-boo.
I'm so tired of dropping low and motherfuckers is still on the app running their mouth. Damn, you ain't gonna pull up yet? You
So
said I
now
don't got no
you
car,
telling
but you do.
people I'm yelling at my baby, bro?
What?
Girl, I'm talking about what you said before I left the room.
No, you was in the room when I said that.
No, I left. I didn't hear you. You said she do be yelling.
on your ass.
You do.
No, I don't. Stop telling people lies. Stop lying.
So you don't be yelling.
No.
People might as well be yelling.
You is a liar. You
Her
is a
nose
liar,
bleeding because she's playing with her nose.
No, my nose is big because my dog can't but be gay.
Gotta stop doing all that.
We're talking about I ain't cripple party. Go get a diploma, Chucky, and come out.
Okay, but
Like, bro,
my dog's head is as big as my head, so yes, he had to be my nose.
Yo, I'm getting drunk right now. I'm man. My birthday.
Like,
Your birthday tomorrow? Yeah, today.
That basically has, and there's, I believe, 3 subsections of craniometry.
That he's supposed to.
It's not a science that's used to basically look at measurements and basically say, oh, you will have these traits because of these measurements. It's literally a science that it treats illnesses.
Hey Pepe, will you let me rap a little bit, because I lived and worked within the fucking Tokyo private school education system for 10 years, right? And I'm telling you, from kindergarten all the way through to university, it's all rote memorization. It's all rote memorization, and everything that the kids do every single day very much looks exactly like an IQ test. That's why the Japanese have the highest IQ in the world. It's because... No, dude, it's from the time they're young. So look, Beaver, look, Japan doesn't have mining, right? It doesn't have forestry. It doesn't have really big farms either, right? So they don't have large
homogenous society. It's a homogenous society.
But bro, I'm trying to make a point here. I'm trying to make a point.
The point is identifying one country where you're seeing some smart kids accelerate, and you're applying that across the board.
No, what I'm saying, David, you're not trying to understand. You're not trying to understand my point here.
I understand.
My point here. Okay, my point is that in Japan they have very few blue collar jobs, right? So the entire education system basically looks like the kids are repeating IQ tests over and over and over and over again since the time they're like 3 years old. That's why when they end up taking the IQ test, they have very high IQs. Right?
They teach you the test. They teach you the test. It's not anything.
But this is
exactly.
Okay. But teach you the test. It's not teachable. But this is where I disagree with you. So I think that
you give a kid enough education, the right subject matter, and the right thought process. If he grabs the concept, he's going to do just fine.
You cannot learn an IQ test for the last time. You can't.
Let me add some insight.
No, Julian. Have you taken a professional? Have you talked to a professional who administers that?
Yes.
So the truth is, these psychometric tests can improve on intelligence tests by just simply going to school. You're going to gain points simply because the aptitude section, for example, you can't help but improve by spending more time in school. That doesn't mean that someone is necessarily more intelligent. But what I wanted to add was that I remember this cancer researcher at Ohio State. He was paid a fortune to open up a laboratory at Ohio State University Medical School, and through the vet school, it was a joint program. And he said to me once, I was talking about working in his lab, and he said, we were walking around, and he's Japanese, his English is broken, but he's fluent. And he said, you see all these students, they can't speak a word of English, but they score so high on the verbal section of the GRE, or I don't know what is comparable in looking at MCATs, because vet school is a different entry exam, but they couldn't speak a word of English. But what they had was a work ethic, such a good work ethic, that they forced themselves. I actually I haven't agreed with Mr. Perfume in years on everything, but what he said, I agree with, because this is indoctrinated in this cult. Like, these people are test taking is like breeding to them.
Yeah, they take tests every single day, man. Every day. It's forced on them, and so they have absolutely gamed the American system in that regard. That doesn't get talked about actually enough, that other cultures have gamed our test apparatus because of their culture. Yes, we talk about them getting into their entrance rates and admissions rates, et cetera, blah, blah, blah. But we don't talk about the mechanism that's so interesting, because when you look at evolutionary biology, for example, why on earth would one population not develop critical thinking skills, right? We basically, as a species, are going to navigate the ecosystems that we're in, whether they are technical or otherwise intellectual. It's not like you don't, for example, in dog breeds, right, you will find dogs that have been kind of inbred so much that they become homogenous. The heterozygosity is mitigated so much that, yes, they're not the sharpest animals. But in humans, even among Ashkenazi, we had some inbreeding depression, and we've managed to absolutely do amazing things because of cultural pressures. So what I'm getting at is, there is no actual reason for any human or any species to literally not rise to the potential of the genome, if you will, because
that's selective pressure. I mean, it's not like what you're almost saying. I'll land here. It's almost like okay, so take like killer whales, right? You have transient pods, you have resident pods, and then you have another subpopulation. Let's say the transient pods become much more opportunistic, and so they have to learn their cognitive skills evolve in a certain way. But that doesn't mean that the resident pods don't have the quote-unquote genetic potential or predisposition to be just as successful. It's just that they're exposed. So that's why I think the nature versus nurture argument is so misconstrued when we look at anthropological models, because it's like there's no species that is actually being dumbed down by their environment. They just aren't offered necessarily opportunity to expand. That's my take.
Yeah, and it's like I said, it's like the similar, well, kind of different pressures, but similar outcomes in that as you know, the Christian church owned most of the land, and a lot of the time the Ashkenazi population in Europe weren't allowed to have land, and a lot of them were farmers. So many of them were merchants, and it's exactly the same as like Cantonese Chinese in China, right? They were not farmers. And so when you measure the average IQ of people that live on the coastal cities of China or on port cities in general compared to people that live on the farms, it's vastly different, right? So it's not a genetic thing. People are so dumb. Like you are adapting to specific circumstances that happen to very much look similar to a IQ test. That's why I keep saying IQ tests are basically cultural tests, right? So the greater intelligence, like the greater definition of intelligence, I would say, is someone that can survive and do well in their environment. The greater sign of intelligence is like anybody that can adapt to the environment. So if you were to take Einstein and throw him in the middle of the Kalahari Desert, or me, or anybody else in this room, we wouldn't last 2 or 3 days. That is a sign of...
Okay, but he would have a much faster time learning it than the other person would. Where do you think that it's more selected for? The northern colder climate or in the southern hot? You have to plan to survive in the north, in the cold winters. There's not resources to eat.
Oh, this has been...
That's where it's... No,
the cold weather is not... No, cold weather... No, the cold weather theory has never been debunked.
It has.
No, it has not. But I would say this. So you can say people will adapt. Okay, and this is where it's going to come off as extremely racist, but I have to say it. People of sub-Saharan African descent do worse than... I understand. You're going to have small... In Western countries where, they have very... they can control their borders, or those people so only come here because... they come through a meritocratic basis as opposed to being illegal immigrants or refugees. Yes, we have some West Africans that do fine. They're an exception to the rule. But what you do see is that sub-Saharan Africa and sub-Saharan Africans, the worst places in the world, when it comes to IQ, when it comes to standard of living, is sub-Saharan Africa. Nobody denies that. The populations that fare the worst, sub-Saharan Africans, when they're in Western or developing countries, then we can disband the gamut. We can look at Native Americans, people with Native American ancestry, which we look at, people throughout Latin America. We can look at. Holy shit! Didn't we get to East Asians? East Asians do very well in East Asia. They do well in Europe. They do well in the United States. And you say it's just cultural. And the weird thing to me, though, is that you somehow are trying to divorce basically people with. I don't know, psychological traits as well as intelligence from them being the parents that would be required to raise children that study hard. And we know this even if we look at like within one race. Stupid people that end up having children often have stupid children. It's just a reality. They often are going to really not do a good job raising their children because they don't make good choices. God bless them.
Challenges set forth to them by that particular culture at that particular moment in time. Right?
So what? Why do you, if you say it that way, so what? It still means stupid.
Yeah, right. So Beaver is a good example of
intelligence. Is you can have a 115 IQ. You're more intelligent than average. You're by no means stupid. Are you? Hold on a second. So, like, even when like the bell curve was written, the median IQ, I think, like on many of the Ivy League campuses, was about 145. 2 standard deviations higher. There's a significant difference between 145 IQ and a 115 IQ person. And so, to try to compare, how would 2 parents who, let's just say you compare their average and they were 145 IQ between those 2, how they would raise their kids. And of course, there's a lot of other psychological traits, like your levels of conscientiousness. You can get people that are very irresponsible with a high IQ that they're just not good. They would definitely make horrible parents. But let's just say, like, you don't think that having 2 smart parents is going to help create the outcome of your child.
Maybe
I'm not just talking about the genetic part, but I'm talking about like they would be the best, basically, guardians or they would groom their children in a way that they would be the best.
Have you known kids come from smart parents that were, lazy, unambitious, didn't do anything with themselves because their parents provided them everything?
Yes.
Okay. Explain that.
Okay, you're explaining. Okay, so we're explaining. So even when you look at families,
so their success created failure out of their kids because they have no motivation to do anything.
Sure. Now, but they derive some. Okay, you're using an anecdotal. Okay,
it's not anecdotal.
Absolutely. So that was the hard work. In aggregate, hold on. So in aggregate, you would have to add everything up. How many people, which I've known many of them, how many people were born to wealthy families, and they didn't accomplish anything, and they were taken care of by the families? Knew quite a few of them, or I should say, know quite a few of them. And then you can look at people that came from nothing, and they were able to make something of themselves, like Supreme Court Justice Clarence Thomas, which I don't know if there was ever a Supreme Court justice that grew up in the level of poverty that he did.
Yeah, but you got to understand something. He had a mentor. He didn't come out of a vacuum. He had a good mentor. That he went to Catholic schools. Okay, he had a sponsor. He had somebody who cared about his education, right?
Okay, but
sometimes that's all it takes, right?
Not necessarily. No, I disagree.
No, come on, man.
No. He's a diamond in the rough. No,
not a diamond in the rough. No.
Yes, he absolutely. No.
The other thing too, he was on.
Hold on a second. Shut your fucking mouth.
All right. Look, you've been talking.
He's literally. Okay, you can get 10,000 white people in the right environment, and I still don't think you come up with a Clarence Thomas. He's an exception to the rule. He's He's that smart. He's that rare. He's that accomplished.
He also flip-flopped on his politics, so he knew how to get in the right lane to make himself. I mean, this is the guy that was traded out for Thurgood Marshall. Thurgood Marshall was considered the lion of court. He fought in the civil rights movement. He helped overturn Brown versus Board of Education. I mean, Thomas couldn't hold his jockstrap.
Okay, for all raised right, well, all turn out the same. But I don't get is that you can look at within families. Okay, where literally you have your mother's and your father's DNA, right? Okay, and you're going to see discrepancies in which child is the smartest. One might have schizophrenia, the other 2 or 3 will not. One will be a substance abuser, the others will not. Okay, like this. Okay, we're talking about anecdotal examples versus like if you look at it in aggregate, when we're looking at the law of large numbers. In other words, people look at them in millions. For example, different groups perform differently. East Asians, for example, hold on. East Asians, predictably and always outperform whites, Asians, blacks, and Native Americans in the United States. They have lower levels of criminality, a longer life expectancy. The only area of crime where they have a higher share of representation is going to be gambling related crimes, which we know is cultural. But like once again, but are you going to tell me that's like because when I look at Japan and I look at China and I look at even South Korea, I see a level of I don't know how to put it, like conformity that I'm being dead serious when I say this. I think if every Japanese and Chinese and Korean person was to adopt a Western white baby,
Well, wait.
their country would look unrecognizable.
The language you want, I think, is individualistic versus collectivistic culture.
Yeah.
Yes.
You're also missing.
Yes, and that is my point.
You're missing the dark side too.
No. Hold on.
High suicide rates amongst their
Shut your
youth.
fucking mouth. I didn't finish. So I'm gonna land here.
You do go on forever.
My
You're just
point.
gonna be blowing.
Okay, shut your goddamn fucking mouth.
Fucking mouth.
Jesus Christ. So, what I was going to say is, I do not think, let's just say Japan was to adopt only white babies, every parent was to be Japanese, they raised us. I do not think we would end up as smart or nearly as conformist as them. My opinion is that we would end up far more individualistic, far more violent, far more criminal. We would fuck the place up. We would make it non-Japanese in every sense because of our fucking genes.
Can I? Since I lived in Japan for a very long time, can I reply to that debate? So you're talking about this, conformist society. It's not a genetic thing, bro. It has to do with the geography of the island.
That's so retarded. Like,
wait, okay, Pepe, you went on forever. Will you be so graceful to allow me to
speak
explain?
right after you too, by the way.
No, let David go. He's been trying to speak.
All right, David, you go ahead before me.
So,
Such a gentleman.
thank you. I'm just going to address a few things. So, my dad comes from the island of Cuba, and after the revolution, Cuba set out to get rid of their illiteracy. 99% of the island knows how to read and write. I'm using this as an example because it's all about expectation, applying the resources to level society up. They also produce more doctors per capita, and they export around the world. I'm not pro-revolution, by the way. I'm just saying this is what the revolution did to remedy a lot of the deficiencies that the old model, the old colonial model that they operated under. So
I agree.
I'm pointing at,
I agree. So I believe that when Batista was in power, the impoverished people of Cuba did horribly. After the revolution, they did well. But what's really interesting is that who were the people who had to leave in 1959? It was the most intelligent and industrious people of Cuba. And what was the demographic that was non-white yet Hispanic that always outperformed white Americans? It was the fucking Cubans. Because
their education my dad told me the education over there was superior when he came here to the United States in the late 50s. And I had a hard time grasping my head around that because in America, we're taught that we were the best, right?
Well, it's because they imported a lot of the math programs from the USSR. Yeah.
Well, but not that. But pre-USSR, my dad was educated pre-USSR. But they, you can talk about the parochial education. I mean, Castro was a Jesuit. He went to Jesuit schools. He had some of the best education. That's where he learned all the, talking points of the Marxist, Leninist thought processes and so forth. But when my dad came to America, he kicked ass and he graduated at the age of 16 in an all-white high school, if anybody knows where Manhattan Beach is. And he got a full ride scholarship at the age of 16 because in Cuba, they don't hold you back. They don't advance you based upon your age. They advance you based upon your capabilities. I know it's an anecdotal situation, but he also had a cousin who was in my PTR profile. He went on and he was the youngest doctoral recipient from Yale Theological at age 23. And Yale's history, we offered 50 books and, he had that educational background in Cuba. And when I looked it up, the ground game was to make sure everybody knew how to read and write. And so if a society takes care of the basics and builds from the ground up, you're going to produce a lot of smart people.
Well, I mean, to an extent, but David, I don't want to. I remember your PTR before. You're a very bright person, very educated, very well informed. I like you as a person, at least from what I've heard from you. But I mean, I do remember seeing a very white passing person in your PTR, and I do. The reality is,
it's not about pigmentation. You keep talking about
No. But hold on, because we were having an argument about genes. And so when it comes to, if we look at the fucking people, even under communist Cuba today, the leaders are fucking white, okay? Look at everybody in charge. They're largely white. If we look at the most successful Cubans that ended up coming here, they are largely white. That is a fucking fact. You can't, there's no denying that.
Can we summarize the thesis? I mean, what are we exactly talking about?
So, and then basically, Pepe thinks that IQ is related to race, and I'm saying I'm saying my whole argument is it largely has to do with geography and history and culture and religion, all the other things. But Pepe thinks, it's just
what would lead to the differences between people. And
let me explain. You just asked a question and I want to explain.
Hold on. We can even look at within Europe. Why is it the people that live in, for example, in the Balkans, in the Dinaric Alps, the people that would largely be considered Serbian today are much bigger and taller than other Europeans?
It's so stupid. This fucking guy.
We understand your point of view.
Hold on a second. We can look at the people. Hold on. We can look at the people. Shut up. We can look at the people from the Baltic states, Scandinavia, taller and obviously generally bigger than us. We can look at the different phenotypes. I have a big fucking nose, fucked up curly hair. My family's more from Southern Europe. We can look at, regional differences amongst whites. We can see the regional differences amongst people from the Middle East. We can look at Oceania or any of the Pacific Islands. Quite a bit of differences. Asia, a lot of differences. It doesn't fucking matter. Okay, but to sit here and try to fucking pretend like genes have nothing to fucking do with anything when there is such a drastic fucking difference between people, especially phenotypically. We can look at the Native Americans. when did they come here? They believe around 20,000 years ago? Yet how much different do these motherfuckers look from each other? Why do the Mayans not look like the fucking Blackfoot in Montana? Why are there so many disparities over those few short thousands of fucking years? And you want to sit here and pretend like, well, you know, it's all culture. Bullshit. Like, there are selective pressures why people get chosen for their fucking.
Are you gonna allow other people to speak?
One fact, I mean.
Hanson, I've been trying to get a word in like for fucking ever with Pepe.
Okay, all right.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. So Pepe, I'll give you an example of how geography affects people's behavior and how history and religion, all the other things. So you talked about Japan, right? Japan is like 80% mountains. And the only place for people to live is between the mountains in little villages, right? There's like one plain in Japan, which is in Tokyo, and that's why everybody in the world lives. Like that's why, you know, there's so many people in Japan, so many people in Tokyo. So you have all these tiny little villages where people literally live like right next to one another. So from the very, very inception of Japan, it's always been extremely high density population, right? So, and then the houses, the way the houses are constructed, the walls are basically paper thin, so you can literally hear what other people are saying. So of course, everybody's trying to, not talk shit about their neighbor. Everybody's really considered.
But the service at the hotel, these people are well trained, excellent service, all very polite, all very helpful. The service staff is excellent. What?
Let's see.
یه محتوای کلانیه که از درون اون ابزارها خودش رو نمو میکنه. این میگن عقلانیت سیاسی، political rational. حالا دیگه نمیدونم چجوری میخوان این کارو بکنن، اون دیگه بسته به اوناست، بسته به خلاقیت عقل اوناست. ولی حتما به نظر من قابلیت وجود داره.
یه لحظه مرسی.
هر وقت که خواستی من یه چیز کوچیکی
بگو
سلام همه. من فقط میخواستم بگم که کوروش جان خیلی حرف منتها یه بحث وجود داره. من فکر میکنم صحرایی رو میخواد بگه و اونه که ببین در بدنه فعلی کنشگران ما چنین ظرفیت و قابلیتی وجود نداره. حالا شما چیزی که میگی اینه که خب برن ببینن چه کار کنن. خب میشه اینطوری هم گفت، منم مخالفش نیستم. یه عده ممکنه بخوان بشینیم ببینیم چی کار کنن، اما یه پیشنهادی که من دارم و من در واقع اومدم فکرم که جای خوبیه شاید بشه راجعش صحبت کردیم که ما این ظرفیت رو که در کنار هم بشینن و برای یک موضوع سیاسی واحد خارج از تمام تفاوتاشون با هم حرف بزنن درشون ندیدیم. حالا شاید بعدها ایجاد بشه، من نمیدونم، فعلا وجود نداشته. شاید بهترین باشه که کسانی که اینو میفهمن مثل خود کوروش، ماها که طالب این هستیم، شروع کنیم این بدنه رو یک بدنه جدید ایجاد کنیم. بدنه‌ای که میتونه با هم حرف بزنه فارغ از این که در واقع اون ساید سیاسیش چیه، برای هدف مشترک. و برای ایجادش به نظر من اولین نکته اینه که ما بتونیم تعامل فکری داشته باشیم، گفتگو کنیم، که همین کاریه که الان داریم انجام میدیم و منم خوشحالم اگه بتونم جزش باشم. و نکته بعدی اینه که ما بتونیم همه اینها رو از قالب کانسپت و مفهوم بکشیم پایین، همون چیزی که من همیشه میگم، تبدیل به حرف میدانیش کنیم. و برای حرف میدانی کردنش حالا من یه سری پیشنهاد دارم. اگر که شما فکر کردید با حرفی که من میزنم موافق هستین، من یه سری پیشنهاداتی دارم که هر کی دوست داشته باشه، چون من یه کار جدید رو میخوام شروع کنم و خیلی خوشحال میشم که هر کسی که، چون این بچه‌هایی که همیشه توی رادیو تهران من صداتون رو میشنوم همه علاقه‌مند به ایجاد تغییر من احساس میکنم هستن. و به نظر من حیف این پتانسیله، هر چقدر که تعدادمون کم باشه. ولی این بعد از یه جای شروع بشه و اگر موافق بودیم، اگر دوست داشتیم، من پیشنهادم مطرح می‌کنم شاید بتونیم در کنار هم واقعا این پارادایم شیفت رو شروع کنیم به جایی که منتظرش بشیم.
بچه‌ها منم اجازه هست حرف بزنم.
اجازه بدید من خانم پگاه یه نظر کوچیک بگم. ببین این که باید شما کنید عرب باکسه.
سلا هستی؟
بله یه ذره
من یکم دستم بند نمیشنم ولی مدیریت
باش.
من فقط کوتاه بگم
باش. من بعدش
خیلی کوتاه میگم این کامنتش. خانم پگاه ببین شما نگاهی که دارین نگاه عرب باکس، یعنی شما دارین سعی میکنین که اساسا بیاین بگی اصلا از اون راههای قدیمی، آدمای قدیمی اینا خارج بشین یه جای دیگه شروع بکنین. خیلی عالی، پرفکت، فانتاستیک. منتها شما باید ویژنتون به صورتی باشه که از اول تا آخر قضیه رو بتونین تعریف بکنید. شما میتونید که من از اینجا شروع میکنم بقیه‌اش رو دیگه نمیدونم چجوری میخوام ادامه بدم. بدین معنی که شما میتونین که یه 4 نفر رو جمع بکنید. چون من این کارا رو قبلا دیدم خانم پگاه. من تو این 7-8 ساله بارها دیدم مجموعه‌شون تولید شده که این مجموعه نتونسته پویایی داشته باشه. به خاطر اینکه اولا در تولید محتوا ناتوان بودن و دوم اینکه نتونستن در واقع ساختار رو سازه‌ای بسازن که این انفراستراکچر اونها بتونه توسعه به وجود بیاره. توسعه یعنی بتونه دیولپ بکنه، یعنی از این نقطه که شروع کرده یه داره بزرگتر میشه، این داره توجه بیشتری میگیره، یه داره گنده وسیع‌تر میشه، یه داره فراگیرتر میشه. اون برای اون حالا لوازم میتونه افراد سلبریتی باشه، سلبریتی سیاسی دیگه باشه، میتونه خیلی چیزا باشه. ولی منظور من اینه که شما باید این ویژنتون کاملا نشون بده که چجوری میخوای محققش کنی، نه که چجوری میخوام فقط شروعش بکنم. I want to start. I'm going to start from a different point of departure. یه نقطه عظیمت دیگه رو من در نظر دارم، میخوام شروع کنم. اشکالی نداره. But you have to make it very clear for yourself that what is the strategy to get point B and what the point B will do for you. یعنی what's the function of point B. این یه مسئله‌ای که اون میگم راهکار سیاسی رو بایستی شما بتونین همیشه بگن. اینی که شما میخواد یه فکر خلاقی داشته باشید، از یک نقطه دیگه شروع کنین، افراد دیگه شروع کنین، به نظر من که خیلی فکر عالی هم هستش. و البته بگم شما اولین کس نبودید، ولی خب شاید شما به نتیجه برسید و من بسیار تشویقتون
بفرما آلتون.
بچه‌ها این چیزی که داریم راجع به صحبت میکنیم ما هفته پیش در واشنگتن تو کانگرس جمع شدیم. یعنی اینکه گروه‌های مختلف سیاسی، گروه‌های کرد بودن، مجاهدین بودن، گروه‌های جمهوری خواه بودن، گروه‌های خیلی مختلف، طرفداران زن زندگی آزادی بودن و اومدن در با چند تا کانگرسمن بسیار خوبی و با زوم مثلا ژنرال یزدان پناه از کردستان وصل شد و راجع به وطن دوستی، ایران دوستی و حمایت کردها از این جنبش صحبت کرد. خیلی جلسه خوبی بود، جدا به نتیجه خیلی خوبی هم رسید تو بیانست. و جالبترین تجربه‌ای که برای من بود که به خاطر این تجربه هم پادشاهی خواهم برام اتاق زدن که من مجاهد شدم. این بود که من شب قبلش با یکی از لیدرهای مجاهدین نشستیم برای گفتگوی و بدون اینکه بگیم راجع به اینکه گروه ما بهتره یا گروه تو بهتره اینا صحبت نکردیم. درباره اینکه با هم چی کار میتونیم بکنیم صحبت کردیم برای آینده ایران چیکار میشه کرد صحبت کردیم. چون که شما اگه میخواین یه همچین چیزی داشته باشید، مهمترین چیز اینه که چیزی که ما همه در مشترک خواهیم داشت اینه که ایران
I need to find out. I'm putting a lot of offers on it, but I'll get it, you know. I have a $60,000 offer as it is, and I'm not selling it.
Whatever your price is, it's mine. And I'll take it right now. Yeah, it's more of a sentimental value.
Mujahideen as like traitor به ایران میشناسن. Like I know them as a traitor to their country.
They fight back, that's of course. And these guys are separatists. They want to separate my country into different divisions, and that's not happening. Keep doing it.
You know, maybe you can.
Aaron LaHood from Congress. Friends. Well, the weather here in Illinois is about to change. About to get some thunderstorms to come running in. So I hope everybody's got all your special provisions and necessary items to enjoy the storm. I hope a tornado doesn't impact your house. We're going to John Kitover, the Chicago. Go to John Thomas, Chicago.
They have the most, and this is the reaction.
Good evening, Chicago. It's great to be here on the road with this incredible.
Okay, I am not saying
No, they're actually the words you're looking for is traitor to their country. That's the word that you're looking for.
Not only to their country, to their own people. So I don't understand what we're talking about.
I don't understand either.
Okay.
Yeah, because these people, if you look at how people are living under their administration, in their camps, I don't think it's like including Nazis in our conversation. That's not a group that we actually consider democratic or anything. They're worse than the Islamic Republic. Why do we need them at all?
Well, first of all, it's not my word. It's the word of Netanyahu. Hold up. I don't want anyone interfere with me. After I finish, I silent and listen. Okay? This is the words of Netanyahu. This is not my words. They have contributed a lot to the information that Mossad has about Islamic Republic. Okay? My enemy's enemy right now is my friend. If I am going to choose which friends can help me now, this is the problem we have. This is how 47 years Islamic Republic managed to stay. That is the problem. If we want to go on, all I am saying
Cole's thumb
was
never the same.
We all have different ideas. Look, to be honest, I tell you, you do an election, in a free election, Mujahideen won't have more than 3 to 5% vote in the Iran. I am absolutely confident they wouldn't have. But if they want to contribute, they have lots of people on the ground. Why don't we use them? Why we want to destroy the big monster?
Why would I want somebody with their ideology trying to get a grip on power? Al, are you crazy? Like, what are you thinking? Mujahideen is no big difference.
یه لحظه ببینید ما داشتیم روی بحث سازمان سازی حرف می‌زدیم نه روی بحث دیدگاه سیاسی. مثلا زندانیان سیاسی حالا یه سریاشون جمهوری خواهن، یه سریاشون چه بدونم مجاهدین هستن، یه سریاشون پادشاهی خواهن. در مورد چیزی که کوروش مشترکن میتونن کاری انجام بدن، نه اینکه بیایم با اون
Mommy farted. Oh, mommy farted. Oh no, mommy farted. Oh, mommy farted.
من به شخصیت
With my dog.
All I see is poop.
The world's fucking shit. I'm a piece of shit too. Yeah, literally just poop.
You already know who it is, baby. You man on the track, baby. Back again with another banger, guys. You liking the video, guys? Oh, it's the sound dog. Skibbity poop. Skibbity poop.
پروسه‌ای که برای غیر دموکراتیکه ما نمیتونیم حتی یه خط بیشتر از نظر یه چیز قسمت مجاهدینش بگذاریم به نظر صحبت‌های توش بوده که خب حالا به هر دلیلی تصمیم گرفته مجاهدین رو اینکلود کنن، میتونیم راجع به این تیکش بعد صحبت کنیم. سوال من از شما اینه که چه چیز خوبی شما الان به ما معرفی کردین، آینده این همنشینی رو چی می‌بینید و همه اون سوال‌هایی که کوروش مطرح کرد رو چطور شما در این گروه می‌بینید که در آینده امیدوارم نزدیک این گروه بتونه یه در واقع ساختار منسجمی ایجاد کنه، بتونه کنش سیاسی به صورت همگام و با هم انجام بده و بتونه در واقع موضع سیاسی یکسان متحد بگیره در موضوعات مختلف و این رو اگه برای ما تشریح کنیم شاید اصلا ما هممون مشکلمون حل بشه، چون به نظر میاد خیلی جلسه سازنده و پرباری.
ببینید من با بیشتر حرف شما موافق هستم. اوکی، من بگم من اصلا من یک مسیحی کنسرواتیو هستم، راستی هستم، برای همین من به هیچ وجه عضو گروهی نیستم و
What I think it makes sense that this like 45, it really should only be in them too, or
منظورم این بود که پلتفرم کامل باید باز گذاشت برای همه، ولی اتفاق خوبی که افتاد و بهتون بگم، همه با هم صحبت کردن و صحبت که کردن همدیگر رو راجع به این که با هم چیکار میتونیم بکنیم صحبت کردن. این چیزیه که الان باید تمرکز کرد و من مشکلی بود که با طرفداران پادشاهی خواه دارم همینجاست. میگم آقا شما پادشاهی خواه باش، اصلا شما پادشاه هم بخوا، بیایم با هم اول از این لعنتی بگذاریم. اینا میگن نه، شما بیا بگو جاوید شاه، از اینا بگذاریم بعد با هم صحبت کنیم. من میگم آقا به جای اینکه منو بکشونی به زور بگی جاوید شاه، بیا رو چیزای مشترک بمونیم، اصلا همین زن زندگی آزادی. برای همین من این شعار رو دوست دارم، چون که این شعاری بود که همه گروه ها، همه افکار، همه پلتفرم موافقش بودن.
It's 6:57 p.m. March 10th, 2026. We're on Lake Street. I don't know what. We're on Lake and Oakley here. That's Oakley Street. This is Lake Street, okay? Let me show you this. First of all the drains are plugged out here. Now let me show you something else. You see those beautiful bike lanes we spend millions of dollars on? First of all, it's flooding here, right? This is a flood. It's not going down. They spent a bunch of money on these bike lanes.
هر بار من به یه پادشاهی خواه میگم ببین سوریه موفق شدن، کشور فلان کن، نه ایران اون یکی نیست. یعنی این که بیایم دنبال، به جای اینکه دنبال بهانه بگردیم،
بیاین دنبال راه حل بگردیم. 47 سال کافیه به اینا. اجازه دادیم که اینقدر مردم رو مثل برده استفاده کنن. بس دیگه. بیاین با هم بشینیم.
ببین حتی خود شاه گفته بود که با اینا نمیتونی بشینی، با اینا اصلا امکان نیست بشینی. هر وقت میگه اینا، اونایی که اینطوری فکر میکنن، همین فکر کردنه که میتونی باشون بشینی بدبختمون کرده. من اسم مریم رجبی رو میگم مریم یک رجبی. That's my name for her. Okay? اصلا امکان نداره که یک کسی that is deemed a traitor to their country and their people که اینقدر مشکل آورده تو کشورمون ما برشون گردونیم، یه پلتفرم بهشون بدیم، قدرت بهشون بدیم. من اصلا نمیفهمم چه خبره. I really don't. Like اصلا نمیفهمم. مریم یک جوابی, I don't even know if I'm saying it right? She is no really better than this regime. Maybe even worse, to tell you the truth. We still don't even know what happened to, what was it, her husband or the leader. We don't know anything about what they're doing. They're, I think, maybe even crazier than this regime, to be honest with you. No telling. But they're cut from the same cloth, I'll tell you that much. No, that's the most ridiculous thing I ever heard. Let's bring back a group that has caused so much trouble in our country and has even betrayed our country. بشینیم حرف بزنیم. من باشم میشینم حرف میزنم میگم گم شو. There you go. حرف زدم.
Saleh John, this is all you got from all I said?
It's the most important part of what you were saying. That is the most important شما فکر میکنید با همه پس you know what?
She's getting fucked up.
یه پارتی هم واسه حکومت
It's because Saddam is a bag of rocks.
Look, everyone who is against Islamic regime, of course someone who is for Islamic regime you cannot bring to the platform. But I have a question because I'm not going to talk about these people, all right? The Kurds, all right? Most of the Kurds are not separatists. Most of them are not. And I can guarantee you, I talked with lots of their leaders. I had the chance to talk to them and listen to their conversation, all right? Really, I can't tell you, 95% of them are not separatists.
A book how to make $1 million sentences.
No. Because he doesn't want, he calls them separatists.
What is it?
He calls all Kurds separatists. And
I think there was a particular group. It was a particular group that I read. All I know, the Kurdish have not betrayed our country. The Kurdish people that I know from Kermanshah, they're more about Iran than probably anybody I know.
There you go. Thank you.
Yeah, but this is what I'm saying. I think that was a particular group with a separatist agenda that Pahlavi denied.
Do you know what is their separatists? What is their blame for?
It wasn't just like the Kurdish people. There was a particular group that had petitioned to come forward.
No.
Reza Pahlavi. It wasn't just Kurdish as a whole.
No. Reza Pahlavi was very much bothered when all these Kurdish groups decided to unite. And he made a I will find the video because he made a horrible explanation after that. And the reason is because he wants to be the boss. He wants everybody except him as the boss. And he has to understand, USA doesn't want him. Israel doesn't want him. Nobody wants him. That's the reason. Nobody wants him.
Well, it's really
because he's so
nobody wants
narcissist and selfish.
People that want him. It's really weird that you say.
Look, when there was such an important meeting in Congress in US, he could send at least one observer, not to join the meeting, but to Just see what's going on.
I mean, one of the main reasons that they're even bringing Pahlavi into the, transitional government idea is to maintain the integrity of the borders. So if he is, for some reason, because of the way that they're moving and they're doing a particular thing, especially, I told you, it's not just like he's telling the Kurds, I don't want you to have a seat at the table. It was a particular organization that he was saying
No,
that to.
he's against them, and they are against him.
He's not against Kurds, Al.
No.
What are you talking about?
Pahlavi,
The Kurdish people
if
are
Pahlavi
Iranians.
comes, write this down. If Pahlavi comes, you will see separation. Because none of the Kurdish groups wants him, none of the Turkish groups wants him. He's very unpopular with all minorities. So when they say we need him to keep the country together.
I want you to explain this to me, okay? You're willing to sit down with Maryam Yekjavabi or whatever, okay? But you're not willing to sit down with Pahlavi. Like, you're willing to bring these people into a place of power, but you're not willing to... You're saying the whole country is going to fall apart because of Pahlavi, but the country isn't going to fall apart or have resistance towards Mujahideen? Like,
no,
make it make sense.
I am saying everybody, all these groups decided to gather together to see how they can work together and all that.
That's what I want to know. Why
Because
are you willing to sit with
بچه بحث یه جای دیگه رفت. اصلا بحث روی مجاهدین، روی جمهوری خواهان، روی
Okay, I say one last sentence and I will get silent.
روی حرف‌های مشترک. من میدونم مثلا برای چی میگن آزادی زندانیان سیاسی همه اتفاق نظر دارن. برای حقوق زنان و LGBTQ بعضی اینا رو قبول ندارن. مثلا میگن که نه، مثلا بحث زنان بحث چه بدونم طبقاتیه. خب یا مجاهدین حتی اگر بگن که ما به حقوق زنان باور داریم، باور ندارن، چون که ویدئویی که از توش در میاد اینه که به دختره توی اون همه استرس که داره حرف میزنه و اومدن گزارش تهیه کنیم تذکر حجاب میدن توی همون کمپ. بعد بحث هایی که میشه روش مانور داد، نه اینکه بیایم بگیم که مثلا جمهوری خواه بیان پهلوی رو قبول کنن یا پهلوی بیاد جمهوری خواهان رو قبول کنه. بحث روی چیزایی که مشترکه و اینکه بحث اینتگریتی و تمامیت ارضی روی تمامیت ارضی معنیش اینه که در مقابل کشورهای خارجی، نه اینکه در مقابل هموطنانی که در داخل اون خاک زندگی میکنن. اینجوری تعریف میشه. وقتی که مثلا تو میای میگی تمامیت ارضی خط قرمز منه و در جای دیگه میای میگی که آمریکا بزن، اسرائیل بزن، یعنی حرف خودت رو رد کردی. خب تعریف تمامیت ارضی برای ماها اشتباه چیز کردن، معنی کردن. حتی سرچ کنی توی چت جی بی تی، گوگل برات میاره، چیزی نیست که من بگم. میتونم اینجا تعریفشو از یه وکیلی که حقوق بین الملل خونده اینجا بذارم تا بخونی. اصلا بحث اینکه ما قبول کنیم مجاهدین رو یا قبول کنیم پادشاهی خواه رو چیز نیست. مثلا در مورد گروه های یک لحظه سمی، مثلا در مورد گروه های کردی، مثلا اینا به فدرالیسم اتنیکی معتقدن. خب من دونه دونه دارم توضیح میدم همه مسائل رو. فدرالیسم اتنیکی یعنی آخرش جنگ و خونریزی. این یه چیز واضحیه. مثلا آب یه رودخونه رو یه ذره عوضش کنی ببری اونورتر، باعث میشه که توی بین مردم این روستا و اون روستا جنگ بشه، یعنی بیان با هم دیگه دعوا کنن. چه برسه بیای مرز استانی یا شهری رو عوض کنی که بر حسب اتنیکه. امیدوارم که
سارا جان یه حرف تو باید درست کنم. به هیچ وجه اینا نمیگن ما فدرالیسم اتنیک میخوایم. نه
من هم چیزاشون رو خوندم.
عزیزم من سخنرانیاشون رو 4 روز پیش زنده گوش کردم.
سخنرانی با چیزی که در عمل دیده میشه و در مانیفست و در میدیاشون نوشته میشه خیلی فرق داره.
بگو که داره میگن فدرالیست. هر کسی که الان تو این وضعیت تو این موقع داره فدرالیسم حرف میزنه، من خیلی بهشون چپ نگاه میکنم. نه اینکه وایسا یه دقیقه بذار تموم کنم. وایسا سارا بذار تموم کنم. بعدم اوکی شاید یه چیزی بگی. الان آدمایی که داره فدرالیسم تو این شرایط میکنن، منم بهشون شرط میکنم، میگم آها سپریشن است تو این وضعیت.
Then call me a separationist.
Huh?
Then call me a separationist.
Okay, if you're talking federalism right now in this moment, you're
we are talking about
so Al, what are you saying? You're basically saying that if things don't go your way, then you're gonna jack up the country. Then you're not Iranian. We are one. When we come to that bridge, we decided together. We are one as Iran. Our heartbeat as one. So crazy. If you're coming,
we are one. We are one.
You have a problem.
Do you think that's what federalists?
No. I think that anyone that's bringing that conversation up now in this hour, I'm really suspicious of your motive.
Of course, we're not bringing it for today. But
داره میگیم هر کسی که الان داره فدرالیست حرف میزنه تو این موقع یه خورده موتیویشن، نمیدونم موتیو چی میشه تو فارسی، یه خورده من بهش چون اگه بعدا میخوایم بیاریم ما از یک بر مثل رای بدیم یا روش بحث کنیم or whatever, that's different. ولی الان اونو اگه داره میاری الان اگه من سخت ندارم هر وقت این خونه رو داره میسازین تمام خونه رو، تو شما با ایران نیستی، شما داره میاد خرابکار کنی.
من میتونم نظر خودم بگم.
بیا باز کن سمی اول برن.
خانم سهرا رو شنیدم.
یه دقیقه باید وایستی که سمی بره انش شما میتونی حرف بزنی بعد.
اوکی داداش.
تا اول اومده. تا اول حرف بزن.
سلام خدمت همه دوستان.
آرتا مگه کلفل انداخت. آره؟
آرتا اول بذار اون حرف بزن بعد تو حرف.
اوکی. آرتا شما
برگشت.
منو صدا کردی؟ ببخشید من الان صحبت میکنم. فلفل نداشتم داشتم گوش میکردم، ولی خب میتونم صحبت بکنم الان. راجب صحبتی که شنیدم، ببینید مسئله اینه که ما دشمنمون در واقع یک شیوه است دیگه.
صداش قطع شد؟
نه باک خوردن رفتن بیرون.
صدا میاد بچه‌ها؟
بله.
اینو می‌خواستم بهشون عرض می‌کردم. دموکراسی یک شیوه است دیگه. یعنی ما مشکلمون اینه که ما یک شیوه رو بخوایم عوض بکنیم، یه شیوه رو جایگزین بکنیم، نوع شیوه زندگی در واقع دیگه. از جمله که شیوه حالا چطور در واقع دولت حکومت بخواد اداره بشه، هر کسی که با این شیوه در واقع ضد این شیوه هست، از جمله حالا مجاهدین خیلی دیگه، اینها در واقع دشمن هستن. جمله که دوستان گفتن که دشمن من دوست من هست، به نظر اینجا منطقی نمیاد. شما فرض بکن یا حالا بریم تو داستان بچه‌ها، چه میدونم یه مرده میاد میره تو جنگل، رو ممکنه گرگ بدره که چه میدونم یعنی بخورتش، روباه بخورتش، شیر بخورتش، اینا همه درنده هستن. این که فرضاً شما میدونید شیر قلمرویی داره، اگر فرضاً یک پلنگی اون قلمرو وارد بشه اون رو میکشه. اینها با هم دشمنن دیگه. به هر حال هر کدوم میخوان که اون قلمرو رو داشته باشن و تامین باشه به اصطلاح اون زندگی آیندهشون. اینه که صرف این که چند گروه با هم دشمنن معنیش نیستش که اونها میتونن دوست ما باشن. و مجاهدا اصولا خودشون هم میدونن که هیچ گونه پایگاهی ندارن، حتی اون رهبریشون این رو میدونه. و اصولا برای اینکه باقی بمونن اینها خیلی جواب هم همکاری میکنن، به دلیل اینکه این گروه میخواد بمونه در درجه اول در یک فضای باز، در یک دموکراسی. اصولا بلافاصله این در واقع تشکیلات و تشکیلات مشابه اصولا از بین میرن. در واقع علت وجودی اینها در قرن 21 در حال حاضر این هستش که برخلاف اون دشمنی که حالا به عنوان جمهوری اسلامی تعریف کردن برای خودشون، این وجود داره و شرایط استثنایی. در یک شرایط طبیعی، شرایط آزاد، اصولا مجاهدان و گروه‌های شریفه نمیتونن اصولا باقی بمونن، بلافاصله فروپاشیده خواهند شد. در نتیجه اینها خیلی جاهای حساس با جمهوری اسلامی همکاری میکنن، به دلیل اینکه به هم احتیاج دارن برای بقای خودشون. در رسانه ها، در اون به اصطلاح لایه‌های رویی چیزی که ما می‌بینیم دشمنی هست، ولی در واقع اون لایه‌های زیرین اینها به هم احتیاج دارن برای بقا. در نتیجه خیلی جا همکاری میکنن. راجع به این صحبتی که شد، صدا من هنوز میاد بچه‌ها؟
اگر میتونید جنبندی هم بکنید.
جنبندی راجع به مسئله دیگه که میخواستم صحبت بکنم، راجع به این دوستمون فرمودن که خب آقای پهلوی، شاهزاده رضا پهلوی با خیلی گروه همکاری نمیکنه. مسئله یا بحث جاویدشاه رو فرمودند. بحث اینه که ببینید ما 50 ساله داریم سعی میکنیم که گروه ها داریم صحبت میکنیم که این گروه ها تشکل‌ها به هم بپیوندن که نمیشه. یک دلیلش این هستش که به هر حال اصولاً این گروه اصلا اپوزیسیون به معنا نداریم. گروه های کوچیکی هستن که به هر حال خیلیشون هم شعار دموکراتیک میدن. میدونید فضای ذهنیشون کاملا غیر دموکراتیک هست. در این حال نفوذی که جمهوری اسلامی کرده در این اپوزیسیون، این در واقع باعث میشه که این تشکل‌ها شکل نگیره، هیچ حرکتی شکل نگیره. وقتی جامعه، مملکت، ملت ایران به اینجا میرسه که میگه جاویدشاه، میدونید یعنی از ایران اومد دیگه در درجه اول، از اول، یعنی رسیده به اینجا که میفهمه که این اتحاد نمیتونه شکل بگیره به دلایل مختلفی که حالا قسمتش من عرض کردم. نتیجه میخواد حالا متمرکز بشه روی بخش خاصی، یعنی پادشاهی خواها که اکثریت جامعه هستن، که اینها بتونن حداقل خودشون جمع بشن و یک سری نیروهایی که برخواه به طور تاکتیکی استراتژیک به از جمله جمهوری خواه متحد خواهند شد پیش ببرن در واقع اون اراده عمومی رو. در نتیجه دلیلش این هست، یعنی صرف این که ما 50 سال داریم میگیم دیگه که ما با هم متحد بشیم، اپوزیسیون و غیره، و نمیشه. چرا نشده؟ به دلایل مختلفی. و وقتی که نمیشه شما مجبور هستید که حداقل یک گروهی که با هم منسجم هست، هدف مشترک داره، فرضاً پادشاهی خواه اینجا و یک سری گروهایی که بهشون میپیوندن و با جمهوری خواهی هم هستن که واقعا پهلوی پیوستند، اینها بتونن از اون تشتت بیرون بیان، یک حرکتی بکنن. میدونید و این ببینید مسئله این هستش که شرایط مشخص میکنه، دیکته میکنه به شما که شما چه کار بکنید. یعنی شما در یک شرایط متفاوت ممکنه یک کاری بکنید که نتیجه برعکس بده همون کارو. در نتیجه در شرایط کنونی ایران به دلیل اینکه این تشکل‌ها نمیتونن با هم جمع بشن، در نیم قرن نتونستن جمع بشن، در نتیجه جامعه به اینجا رسیده که اون نیروهایی که حالا پادشاهی خواه هستن و نیروهایی که میخوان بپیوندن به اینها با اون کلمه جاویدشاه که در واقع میخواد جدا بکنه، دو قطبی بکنه، اپوزیسیونی که برانداز هست رو و اپوزیسیونی که حالا فیک هست و نفوذی جمهوری اسلامی هست، و یا کسایی که در واقع اپوزیسیونی که در واقع حالا روی دیگه سکه در واقع جمهوری اسلامی هستن. شما مجاهدان رو میتونید بگید، فدایی‌ها رو میتونید بگید، امثال آقای فروخ نگهدار رو میتونید بگید، خیلی های دیگه که اینها هر حرف از دموکراسی میزنن ولی عملا کنار جمهوری اسلامی هستن. در نتیجه اینجا شرایط متاسفانه با ما این ایجاب میکنه، این رو دیکته میکنه که ما مجبور میشیم بریم به سمت جاوید شاه. بحثش دراز منم خب
یعنی میگه هر کس که میگه یه لحظه آرسا جان میگه هر کس که جاوید شاه نمیگه حکومتیه.
نه بحث بفهم.
یک لحظه آرتا، تو رو خدا بیاین برگردیم روی بحث اصلی. بحثی که داشت میشد روی ساختن ساختار بود، سازمان سازی، نه روی گروه ها با هویت های چه بدونم جمهوری خواه، پادشاهی خواه، مجاهدین یا هر چیز دیگه. من با مجاهدین 100% مخالفم، با پادشاهی مخالفم، ولی این دلیل نمیشه که سر یک سری اصول نتونیم کار جمعی انجام بدیم. آزادی زندانیان سیاسی، حقوق برابر برای زنان و مردان و جامعه LGBT. نمیدونم یه جاهایی میتونیم همکاری رو انجام بدیم. من میدونم در مورد حقوق زنان هر چقدر مجاهدین بگن که ما بهش اعتقاد داریم، دیپ روت اعتقاد ندارم. من اینا رو میفهم، ولی بحث روی ساختن یه سازمان بود که بعدش روی کارهای اصلی تمرکز کنیم. سمی بگو.
سلام و عرض ادب. به نظر من سازمان مجاهدین خلق خیلی فرقی با جمهوری اسلامی ندارن از هر نظری که بخوایم در نظر داشته باشیم. بعد اینکه فعلا ما در شرایط کنونی هیچ آلترناتیو دیگه ای نداریم. حالا اگه بخوای جمهوری خواه باشی، بخوای پادشاهی خواه باشی، بخوای پادشاهی پارلمانی باشی یا هر گروه دیگه باشی، فعلا به عنوان مثال راه گذر به نظر من شاهزاده رضا پهلویه. بعد حالا یه صندوق رأی ما در نظر همگی در نظر داریم، رأی میدیم، بعد انتخابات برگزار میشه. من نمیدونم چه مخالفتی دارن دوستان، مثلا سازمان مجاهدین خلق که در مثلا دوره بین جنگ ایران و عراق که اومده بودن طرفداری رژیم صدام میکردن، الان ما بریم طرفداری اونا رو بکنیم و مثلا از اون رو بخوایم نظری بپرسیم. من فکر نمی‌کنم عاقلانه باشه، حداقل از سازمان مجاهدین خلق.
بحث رو اشتباه فهمیدی. من مجاهدین رو قبول ندارم.
نه من خانم سهرا
Yeah, I didn't need to hear that one.
I don't know what to say.
The rest of my life without hearing that sound. Tony.
Well, you said you were. You said you were talking to multiple girls.
Yo, there's no way.
Yeah.
I don't have 3 rounds. Wait, don't kick him.
Is this him again?
What do you have to say?
All right, if you want me to leave, I'll leave. Just tell me that. Please.
No, if we wanted you to leave, we would kick you.
No, please don't kick me. I got nothing. I got nowhere else
what
to
you
go.
want to say, man?
You know I'm a fucking friend.
No, wait, hold on. You got nowhere else to go? I've heard that from a Jew before. That did not work well.
No, if you want, don't. If you want me to leave, I'll leave.
How does he have? I think, how many clubhouses do I have? 1, 2.
Bro, he has accounts of one club on another.
He's the John Kitover.
Bro, that was insane. He said, I'm a friend. Man, cold world.
Let's see where Benny Adam went. That was kind of creepy. Did y'all just kick him?
Tony, did you kick him?
No, I didn't kick Benny.
One thing about Tony is he's going to get a mod badge. Wow. At some point, he's getting one.
I don't know what it is, but I love kicking people.
Well, especially in the middle of them talking.
Bro, they're kicking them in the middle of a sentence.
آلترناتیوی جز ایشون نداریم. این نظر شماست، من این رو نفی نمی‌کنم. خب از نظر شما ایشون تنها آلترناتیو، ولی بحثی که داشت میشد در مورد ساختن یه سازمانی که بتونه روی یه سری بیسیک ها با هم جلو برن. این مثلا فرض مثال تو در این زمینه دانش داری، من در این زمینه دانش دارم، برای این کار قرار نیست اون بیاد هویت سیاسی خودش رو بر من تحمیل کنه یا من بر اون تحمیل کنم. نمیدونم بحثی که بروش میکرد رو بودین یا نبودین.
من کاملا موافقم با شما، فقط میشه یه لحظه توضیح بدیم بیشتر که من فقط یه ذره بیشتر میخوام بشم که نظر شما راجع به مجاهدین خلق چیه؟ چون مجاهدین خلق درسته. آره به نظر منم، چون اونا خودشون مدت عقاید خودشون به نظر خودشون کمونیستی هستن، ولی از لحاظ قیافه خیلی مذهبی تر از جمهوری اسلامی هستن. من میخوام یه ذره بشنوم بیشتر، بعد نظرمو میگم. مرسی.
اوکی مرسی. پویان شما نظرتون؟
خیلی ممنون ازتون. من یه خواهش دارم از همتون، اینکه با انرژی دور هم جمع شدیم بخوایم یه کاری بکنیم برای ایران.
یک لحظه. سلام آقای روکشتر.
درست های سالا جان.
بگو آقای
یه خواهش ازتون دارم، اینکه مجاهدین خلق، من به حقیقتش خیلی 10-11 سال که نبودم فکر کردم که جوانه ما الان این تو اینستاگرام اصلا چی میگم دانششو ندارن، ولی متوجه شدم که واقعا هم دانششو دارن، هم علمشو دارن، هم خیلی میفهمن، با شعورن. خداشون این که مجاهدین خلق چه گروهیه و چه کارهایی کرده، چه سابقه‌ای داره، همه میتونن، همه میشناسن. بعد از این که اگر که از این رژیم بتونیم رد بشیم، 100% یه استانداردی هست، یه قانونی هست، هر کس.
Are you done? Are you done drinking? Have you stopped drinking?
I've not started yet. I'm celebrating for Iran. I'm celebrating. I'm celebrating.
No more getting drunk. I'm serious. I don't want you drinking anything ever again. Do you understand, Luca?
And you didn't have your syrup.
Huh? Syrup.
Sorry. Wasn't talking to you.
Wait. What did you say syrup?
No, my kid is coughing, bro. I just want to give him coffee.
Anyways, 27:30.
Raise our colors high. We will never turn away. I'll stand my post till the morning. I'll guard the flame in the night. Shoulder to shoulder, turning the tide. Raise the colors high. Let them tear through the sky. For the brave and fearless to break. Every stride, every star, every come this far. And we won't give an inch for freedom. Raise the colors high. Raise the colors high. We will never turn away. From the dust of the valley to the crash of the wave, every heart, every hometown knows the price that we paid. We were pushed, we were cornered, still we stood our ground. Now the walls of their empire are coming down. Raise our colors high, let them tear through the sky. Oh yeah, for the brave who refuse to bow. Pray. Every slide, every star says we come this far, and we won't give an inch for freedom's sake. Raise the colors high. We will never turn away. They would choke out the daylight with their iron decree, but they don't know the future, 'cause the future is free. Every voice that they silence now becomes our song, and the roar of the people is ringing strong. Raise the colors high, let them tear through the sky. For the brave who refuse to bow. Every stride, every star says we've come this far, and we won't give an inch for freedom's sake. Raise the colors high. We will never turn away. I'll stand my post till the morning. I'll guard the flame in the night. Shoulder to shoulder, we're turning the tide. Raise the colors high. Let them tear through the sky. For the brave who refuse to bow. Oh, pray. Every star says we've come this far, and we won't give an inch for freedom's sake. Raise the colors high. Raise the colors high. We will never turn away. You say it's hard, you say you're done, scrolling your phone while we're out in the sun. I booked the ride, you cancel twice, you stay inside, I pay the price. Look at all the fun you're wasting, girl, while we're spinning Could be living to make a prize. Look it up on your hearts on red, our dreams on ice. We're at the door, you're asking what time. Come on. I see your dress still on the chair. You're made for this. You're halfway there. Look out, find your mission. Go. While we're spinning, while we're slipping out of control. You keep holding back your will like your trouble, like it's bigger than your world. Look out, find your mission. Go. Every moment that you're locking yourself up. Could be singing to the neighbors now. Look out for your missing girl. Look out for your missing girl. I'll pick you up in the same old car. We'll turn the quiet into shooting stars. Say you're in, don't lie. One yes could change your life tonight. Look out for your missing girl. I'm spinning, I'm slipping out of control. You keep holding back your will like it's trouble, like it's bigger than your world. Look out for your missing girl. Every moment that you're locking yourself up. Could be dancing till the sky turns blush. Look out for your missing girl. You say you're tired, you say you're done, scrolling your phone while we're out in the sun. I booked a ride, you cancel twice, you stay inside, I pay the price. Look at all the fun you're missing, girl. While we're spinning, while we're slipping out of control. You keep holding back your glitter like it's trouble, like it's bigger than you are. Look at all the fun you're missing, girl. Every moment that you're locking yourself up. Could be laughing till you let go. Look at all the fun you're missing, girl. I drink some nights. We're at the door. You're asking what time. Come on. I see your dress still on the chair. You made for this. You're halfway there. Look at all the fun you're missing, girl. I was spinning, I was slipping out of control. You keep holding back your glitter like it's trouble, like it's bigger than your life. Look at all the fun you're missing, girl. Every moment that you're locking yourself up. You'll be singing to the miracles tonight. Look at all the fun you're missing, in the same old car. We'll turn the quiet into shooting stars. Say you're in, say you're in. Don't lie. One yes can change your life tonight. Look at all the fun you're missing, girl. I was spinning, I was slipping You keep holding back, don't treat it like it's trouble, like it's bigger than your life. Looking over fire and missing God. Every moment that you're locking yourself up, could be dancing to the teeth of kings, breath of battle, blood that sings. He walks where the banners burn, eyes like blades in the dust-choked turf, counting every step, every trembling hand, turning chaos into sharpened plan. Skulls in a circle, maps on the ground. Quiet as a heartbeat, louder than the crowd. He weighs all the wagers, every broken sword, carving out an empire with a single word. To the mind that conquers, to the hand that strikes, crown of iron thought in the smoke-lit night. Hidden answer, lead us through the crush and cry. We bleed, we fight, we rise for your victory and design. Female boy, he whispers in a strategist's ear. Turn now, the opening's here. Hey, oh, lines like rivers curving into place. Traps laid quiet in the empty space. Dice in the dirt, prayer in the jaw. Every loss a lesson, every scar a law. He writes in the thunder, gathers with the flame. We speak his symbols, never say his name. Hail to the mind that conquers. Hail to the hand that strikes. Crown of iron thought in the smoke-lit night. The war and the hidden answer. Lead us through the crush and cry. We bleed, we burn, we rise for your victory and design. Take our terror, turn it keen. Make our weakness cut unseen. If we fall, then let us fall on the side that breaks the wall. Hail to the mind that conquers. Hail to the hand that strikes. Crown of iron thought in the smoke-lit night. Hidden answer, guide the blade, command the sky. We bleed, we fight, we rise. Neath your victory and design.
walks where the banners burn. Eyes like blades in the dust-choked turn. Counting every step, every trembling hand, turning chaos into sharpened plan. Skulls in a circle, maps on the ground, quiet as a heartbeat, louder than the crowd. He weighs all the wagers, every broken sword, carving out an empire with a single word. To the mind that conquers, to the hand that strikes, crown of iron thought in the smoke-lit night. God of war and the hidden answer, lead us through the crush and cry. We bleed, we burn, we rise for your victory and design. He whispers in a strategist's ear. The opening's here. Lines like rivers carving into place. Tracks inclined in the empty space. Dice in the dirt, prayer in the jaw. Every loss a lesson, every scar a law. He writes in the thunder, fights with the flame. Speak his symbols, never say his name. To the light that conquers, to the hand that strikes. Crown of iron thought in the smoke-lit night. God of war and the hidden answer, lead us through the crush and try. We bleed, we burn, we rise for your victory and design. Who owns the fight? Who owns the field? You. Who bears the future? Like a broken shield. You. Take our terror, turn it keen. Make our weakness cut unseen. If we fall, then let us fall on the side that breaks the wall. To the mind that conquers, to the hand that strikes, crown of iron thought in the smoke-lit night. God of war and the hidden answer, guide the blade, command the sky. We bleed, we burn, we rise. Need your victory and design. Coffee steam, quiet room, clock still moving, heart still too soon. Breath gets tangled into days to do. So I close my eyes, make some room for you. In the still mind, I find you. In the slow breathing, you speak the truth. When the world shouts loud, I sit right down, and your love turns this chair into holy ground.
Thoughts like thunder, rolling fast. Old regrets, future plans. But your name, like a harbor sound. Every fear walks out as I breathe you in now. In the still mind, I find you. In the slow breath in, you speak the truth. When the world shouts loud, I sit right down, and your love turns this chair into holy ground. No burning bush, no parted sea. Just a worn out man on aching knees. But in this quiet, you lean in close. I lose my worries. I hear your hope. In the still mind, I find you. In the slow breath in, you speak the truth. When the world shouts loud, I sit right down, and your love turns this chair into holy ground. Holy ground.
Master.
So I close my eyes, make some room for you.
I can't believe it.
Find you in the slow breathing, you speak the truth. When the world shouts aloud, I sit right down. You turns this chair into holy ground. Thoughts like thunder, rolling fast. Old regrets, future plans. But your name, like a harbor sound. Every fear walks out as I breathe you in now. In the still mind, I find you. In the slow breathing, you speak the truth. When the world shouts aloud, I sit right down, and your love turns this chair into holy ground. No burning bush, no parted sea, just a worn out man on aching knees. But in this quiet, You lean in close, I lose my worry. I hear your heart in the still. I find you in the slow breathing. You speak the truth. When the world shouts aloud, I sit right down, and your love turns this chair into holy ground. Floor is cold under my knee. Breath comes
Well, as it pertains to Malcolm X, college, and anything that's going on over there, my hope is that
noise falls
the
off
results of it won't be.
and I can hear you in the spaces. In the quiet, you're the answer. In the stillness, you're the song. Every question grows much smaller when I remember you were here all along. In the quiet room, under open sky inside, I sit and listen.
Could have been us, buddy.
Flow is cold under my knees. Breath comes slow, like turning pages. Oh, falls off. I can do.
Walter. Yes, Walter.
You measure your thoughts like lines on a page. Straight edges, sharp corners, is every doubt in
Somehow pull it together and say, you know what? We would rather be friends with America than America's enemy. That would be the totally logical thing to do. To resist is futile. We are the board. You know, we already assimilated so many countries that to resist the board now is futile. Hello? Precision
Ambassador, thank you for answering this.
It's easier.
Narcissism, on the other hand, and all psychopaths are typically narcissistic. Narcissism, I see as detrimental because in an individualistic culture, drawing attention to yourself only can largely generate envy from others. And even in a collectivistic culture. So I think if you're narcissistic without being psychopathic, you're going to be in a lot more trouble because you're going to draw negative attention.
Like the Jordan Shaw, the narcissist psychopath.
The narcissists like the recognition. And if you have too much of one and too little of the other, you're in trouble. So anyways, I don't know. I thought I would kind of bring the conversation back to that, but maybe it's too much of a digression.
Well, it's a good point you raise, and this, goes back to the distinction I was making earlier between primary psychopathy and secondary psychopathy. So, this was a concept introduced by Cartman, and many people in the field today talk about it from a multidimensional approach. So the primary psychopathy involves characteristics which could be to some degree positive because it deals with low anxiety, low fear, emotional coldness, a lack of remorse, and that type of thing. The secondary psychopathy, on the other hand, has more of the antisocial traits, callousness, high anxiety, and stuff like that. So I think that's where the one way that people make the division and distinction.
Right, and to add to that, if psychopathy is congenital and there's a genetic predisposition, which I think there is data supporting that, Euro, correct me on what's current, then it makes sense that some of these traits are perpetuated. Some of these traits are carried into subsequent generations and become more prominent than not, because powerful people are going to procreate, are well resourced often enough, and they will, and their offspring will ultimately benefit. So these are kind of questions society is dealing with.
So so again, the data do support that psychopathic traits have a genetic component. Again, my fear is that people are going to oversimplify this to say it's simply genetic. So like most of these traits, there's both a genetic component and environmental component. But the data do support a strong genetic component.
Joe, when you think about successful people in retail, in the business,
bring me up, Humperdunk.
in the entrepreneurial sector, if you will, what are some of the traits that you think really make a difference?
Well, it's interesting you asked me that question, because I'm in California right now, and I've been for the last 3 days at a conference for a medium-sized chain of quick service restaurants, and we're consultants to the leadership team there. And this company was founded by 5 Greek brothers from Cyprus that came to the United States with no education, and created this very phenomenal brand. And I don't know much about their background other than they are ethnically Greek in the United States and have created a phenomenal company with almost no education at all. So I don't know why they're successful, other than their enduring commitment to a work ethic. So the answer to your question is, I think it varies. I don't think there's one typology for this kind of thing. And again, I'll go back to your original question. I think nurture is way more important than genetics and who your parents are. I think that's what you learn from your parents, and you carry through that. And I'll also reference back to what I said about Ashkenazi Jews, which were predominantly in Eastern and Western Europe.
Yeah, I think this goes back to Dr. Jordan's earlier point, and I should probably explain what I mean when I say something is mostly genetic. So I looked up the percentage for these psychopathic traits, like callousness and whatnot. It's very high. So depending on the studies, it falls into the 40 to 80% range. And I see that there's other studies with 7-year-olds that also show substantial genetic risk. But this does not mean, I think, what some people conclude from this. So when I say something is mostly genetic, it just means that that this heritability is a population statistic. So it tells you how much variation there is between people in a given sample that is associated with genetic differences under those conditions. It doesn't tell you that, and it doesn't suggest that this trait is unchangeable in a particular given individual, and it does not rule out large environmental effects. It's simply saying, as a population statistics, a large degree of the variation is explained by the genetic differences. And like I said, in most of these studies, that genetic component is very high, in the range of 60 to 80%, generally speaking.
Well, thank you very little, Dr. Euro. Dr. Humperdinck, I'm just wondering, since you're constantly bringing up narcissists and psychopaths, is it projection, or are you just a nice guy who likes talking about these topics? Thanks for your consideration, Dr. Humperdinck.
Great question. I thought, I was reading, you guys should read about borderline psychopathy. I was reading about borderline psychopathy the other day, and I was like, holy shit, I'm a borderline psychopath. I wonder about that. In fact, actually, I shouldn't say psychopath. My neuroses would suggest that I'd be more likely a sociopath and get in my own way than a psychopath who's very premeditated. I mean, really, these people have great leadership qualities, and I'm not good at managing people because, and leadership isn't just managing people, of course, but I say that because I think psychopaths are not only good leaders, but can be good managers because they're decisive. And someone comes to them and says, I have this problem, blah, blah, blah. They have no problem saying, well, the rules are this. I don't care what happened, blah, blah, blah. Anyways, back to me, which I'm usually good at doing. I think if there's anything I have, it could be a little bit of borderline psychopathy, but I doubt it. I got too much on my plate to add that right now.
Jordan, just because the lack of empathy doesn't make you a psychopath or a narcissist.
See, Dr. Jordan, by constantly bringing up psychopaths and narcissists, you leave out other characteristic traits like sex addict or peeping Tom or pervert. How many of those things might describe you more accurately than borderline psychopath?
That's a good question. I've never been one to indulge in like hard drugs, and I always thought like okay, I'm reading about. I don't know if you heard this story about these Alexander brothers, these 3 brothers on the East Coast who just got in a ton of trouble for drugging women supposedly, and they were apparently top-end luxury real estate gurus on the East Coast, and now they may go to jail for the rest of their lives. And what made me think, I was thinking, are they do they have psychopathy, a bit of narcissism, maybe a little, a bit of that stuff, right? Anyone want to talk about that story for a second? I'm not trying to get you off that topic, Magus, but it made me think of this.
It's an interesting story, but you can actually video evidence of psychopaths is a really good way to look at psychopaths. Like the Iceman killer, when he was asked, would you kill me right now? He goes, yes, absolutely. Just like so cold. His skin looks disgusting. So like what I'm trying to say is like, you might start out not as a murderous psychopath, but then become a murderous psychopath. And then later on, and let's say you're in the mafia and you kill a bunch of people as a hitman, by the time you're 70 and all crusty and nasty, like you're a bona fide, disgusting, mass murdering human piece of shit. Now, how many human pieces of shit, mass murderers have there been throughout human history? Fucking millions.
This is how I know I'm not really a psychopath, because a psychopath wouldn't spend any amount of time thinking about, are they this or that? They're just in a mode of using, getting what they want out of life, and good on them, I suppose. But that's the one reason I know that I don't meet the criteria, although I once questioned things, because like I sit there and literally think and concern myself with how I present or this, that. They don't care at all. Like I was watching this fascinating thing about female psychopaths the other day, and it was really talking about female psychopaths in the workplace, and the dynamic of women being abusive toward men or other women in the work, that kind of a thing. And it was very interesting. I'll try and find the YouTube, but it really wasn't, although it was about women psychopaths, it really catered to others. The one thing that came out of it that differentiated women psychopaths from men was that women psychopaths used more relational abuse. So, for example, if women wanted to were vindictive in any regard, they might try and separate two friends from each other or isolate a friend from another one. Whereas men were less likely to focus on relational issues as a way to punish either a colleague or a partner or whatever. That was maybe the one takeaway thing that I seem to understand. And everybody has tendencies to do that, but again, that was kind of a common denominator.
So you're explaining the movie Mean Girls?
I actually never saw Mean Girls, but I can imagine probably.
Well, what Dr. Jordan said made me start thinking a little bit, because borderline psychopathy is not a term that I would typically use, but it did make me think of like three different groups, which do have some interesting characteristics. So basically, people with like subclinical psychopathic traits. So these would be traits that are present in what we call psychopathic individuals, but below the level of dysfunction. Then you have successful, or what's called successful psychopathy, which is psychopathic traits in individuals who do happen to function well, but somehow are able to avoid prison and in some instances can reach high status roles. And then you just have what I think a lot of people mean by it, which is just the more socially adaptive side of psychopathy, like boldness and fearless dominance. So there was actually a study that was done on U.S. presidents. I guess it would have been about 10 or 15 years ago, that was called Fearless Dominance and the U.S. Presidency. And it looked at 42 presidents up to and including George W. Bush. And they measured their performance by something they called fearless dominance, which was basically a combination of boldness, social dominance, physical fearlessness, and immunity and anxiety. And they did find that presidents that had this higher degree of fearless dominance come off as or are perceived as more successful presidents. So it was kind of interesting.
Well, the thing is, we want a leader who is not a psychopath, but yet is basically the philosopher king. You know, someone who isn't cruel, sociopathic, ignorant. You know, age has a lot to do with that. But I thank God we have Donald Trump and not Kamala Harris, because if Kamala was drinking, you know, Hennessy Courvoisier on the rocks while this Iran war was kicking off, I mean, you know, she would have gone thermonuclear. She would have gotten a 5-star general on the phone at Raytheon, Boeing, Northrop Grumman, and been like, how much is it going to cost? What do you want to do? All right, let's do it, General. Let's do it.
Well, Trump wasn't included in the study because it was before he was in power. But yeah, it did seem to clearly link to, let's say, fearlessness and sort of this stress-resistant social dominance with better historical ratings in terms of leadership. But that's very different from like sort of antisocial and disinhibited components.
Well, look at all these doctors that kill their wives, you know, super successful long-term careers. The wife has an affair. Next thing you know, that doctor murks his wife or vice versa. So even if you're super successful, super intelligent, it doesn't mean you're super virtuous. You can easily turn to the dark side and think, you know, you can get away with this type of behavior, or let alone never even consider the consequences. So a lot of life really is awareness. And, you know, people who do achieve high levels of success, particularly in the medical industrial complex, many of those people are just extremely gifted test takers and really just social psychopaths, meaning that they don't really care about anything interesting, not art, not beauty, not women, not music, nothing of real true value. They just wanted the super success. They wanted to be in the upper echelon of the adjusted gross income crowd. And so therefore we have a breeding ground and a synthesis of people who are actually heartless, horrible medicinal practitioners who really could give two shits about their patients. They're more concerned about what their AGI is for that year.
Right. And so they're the same people. Well, yes, they like the power. I guess the question is, what kind of damage would they do if you couldn't, if there was no record keeping, if there was no like, they're usually pretty competent, but the truth of the matter is, if they don't care and they make a mistake, would they do everything to fix it? So my point is, you know, physicians who abide by the rules because the rules are there. But maybe psychopathic surgeons who often are phenomenal at what they do, what would they get away with if they could? We don't know that, right? So it's kind of interesting.
Well, I put a link in the chat if people are interested in that paper, and you can go from there. So the title of it is Fearless Dominance in the U.S. Presidency, Implications of Psychopathic Personality Traits for Successful and Unsuccessful Political Leadership, which I think is what you were getting at, which is some psychopathic traits can be a factor in successful leadership.
You know, Dr. Jordan, I was in here earlier and I heard you talking with Pepe about individuals who may not have critical thinking skills. I'm not sure if you were referring to a specific group of people, but generally in a Pepe room, when he starts talking about the 3 different types of cranial analysis, we have what we would call eugenicist, neo-Nazi type conversation fomenting. And as you know, Pepe is a hardcore racist, white supremacist, and human piece of shit. But all I want to say is basically that if you think black people are inferior genetically and therefore intellectually, you're retarded and you don't understand conditioning. And that's why I have to want to try to recondition this room a little bit, to prevent itself from indulging in what I would call low IQ brain rot, led by the Dr. Pepe history hypnosis class of stupidity. I know it may be entertaining and all, but honestly, when I read a book, I always remember just how stupid Pepe is. So Dr. Humperdinck, don't come in here and, actually try to back up Pepe's, dark, racist, white supremacist, low IQ stupidity, because that's all it really is. I hate to break the bad news to you, but, by participating in a Pepe event, you are creating an experience of credibility for this little fucking racist human piece of shit who's low IQ and stupid. This fucking piece of shit Pepe, who's probably sleeping right now, hasn't read a book in 10 fucking years. He doesn't go to the gym. He just comes on here and says the fucking Jews and fucking this and fucking blood, everything. Pepe is a fucking stugats, a stupid human piece of shit. I'm complete. Good night.
No, we agreed on certain things when we started the room because I felt that, and I've been corrected by Gary, but I know you don't like Gary's rooms, but Gary made a good point. Like, I don't think Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner should be allowed to operate as diplomats. Because I think it's going to come back to haunt the Jewish community because they're Jewish and obviously, and the optics I don't think look good. Even though they may be fantastic diplomats, I think there's some issues there. So that was kind of how the conversation started. But Pepe actually was talking about Tucker Carlson. How much he likes Tucker Carlson.
Well, Tucker is a sensationalist, and I even think his heist about his tobacco getting looted is fake news because he knows how to manipulate in order to draw attention. And it's really just the attention economy. So if Pepe likes the fact that Tucker creates sensationalistic, racist hate material to gain attention and thus viewership to sell more ads and more chewing tobacco. Well, again, I will just say Pepe is low IQ. He doesn't read books. He probably has traumatic brain injury from being a boxer. And, he enjoys the hype and the sensation of trying to draw attention to his racist, stupid, commentary. But that's all it really is. He's incredibly stupid. And I'm just glad that he's sleeping so I can continue to roast his intelligence, which just isn't there. If you do an analysis of all the words he uses, it's very limited in scope. The man repeats himself constantly every single day, creating the same stupid rooms. And, I would just hope that you'd be more mindful, Dr. Jordan, to know that, things you say in a room like this as a professional doctor and publicity agent could be damaging to your own credibility. But since you don't have, maybe the business that you're looking for yet, you say, fuck it, I got nothing to lose. So let's just go whack it up with Dr. Peepee. But I just also wanted to say that, Dr. Jordan, do you think there's a difference between Israeli Jews and American Jews? Because I really do think there's a stark, striking, incredible difference between the actual attitude and the frame and the perspective. Most American Jews aren't going to march around and say, this is our fucking land because the Bible says it so. But if you go to Israel, there's a lot of people who will march around and point to the ground and say, it's fucking ours. It's in the paperwork. So I'm just saying there's like an attitude that Israelis have. Or, there's a lot of leftist Israelis too. But for the most part, I'm just saying that there's a big difference between an Americanized Jew and an Israeliized Jew. And it's just my opinion. But do you think so? Hello?
Sorry, I had to take a call. I didn't hear the question, but I'm supposed to close the room down at 11:30, so we can maybe pick this up in another room or something.
You're supposed to close the roof down from who? Your superior handlers or something? I don't understand. Is there a hierarchy to the white supremacy of white America with the Dr. Pee Club? Well, who's instructing you to close it down? Uh-oh. Well, Dr. Pee sleeping. Joe, what are you going to do with these Greeks? They got a great brand, but they're not willing to take the business to the next level. They just believe in quality service, quality food. How are you going to take them to the 2026, fast casual, Chipotle revenue numbers? How do you compete with Chipotle? Hello? Because for $10.69 for a chicken bowl with all the salsas and the fajitas, they're just giving it away. How do they do it? How does Chipotle make money on that $10.69 chicken bowl when I know there's like $9, $10 worth of product? Are they really making $1 per bowl? Oh my God. It just can't be. Well, we got a lot of Clubhouse superstars in here. We got Redondo Beach Matt. We got Alan. Oh man, he was like so starstruck to be on what's his face's stage the other day. He's like, I want to thank all the mods for letting me up here. I really appreciate you letting me speak. And and then Alan got called out, and Alan was very defensive. It was fun though. But Alan likes to play the tough guy, but come on, Alan. Are you willing to put on a bulletproof vest and go arrest illegal aliens with Homeland Security because the numbers are down? Are you willing to go to Iran to fight in the streets to protect liberty here and abroad? No, I don't think so. And neither are those African Americans in that room willing to go overseas or make arrests. I know they're not, unless they're getting paid for it, of course. See, this is the funniest thing about African America, is that I was laughing about this today because let's say you have an African American talking to like some leftist or somebody complaining and saying, America is an imperialist force. We're an apartheid nation. We're a genocidal nation. We do regime change. We're assassins. We're killers and all this stuff. And then you got an African American who rejects that notion, to somebody overseas. But then they're not just like they don't just reject it. They're like actually psychopathic. They're like, fuck you, motherfucker. I'd kill you first before I'd give up what I got, bitch. And you're like, whoa, damn, that's not what the internationalist or leftist was really looking for from the African American here. They were looking for a little sympathy. Instead, all they got was death threats. Damn. Now that to me is always kind of funny to observe. Some other funny observations on this app is definitely African Americans versus, the Nigerian Africans. And that type of reverse racism where you witness African Americans being extremely racist to other Black people because they're not the African American type. That is always very ironic. They're never really like, a lot of African Americans today are actually very anti-immigrant because they see how it has impacted their communities and how they've like literally been just rotting away, disappearing, lost like a perfume, you might say. Like some little Japanese dork taking pictures with kabuki girls about his new fresh rose scent. Wow. I mean, I don't even buy cologne anymore. I don't even think I'll go back and get another bottle because it's like every time I spray it on, I kind of sometimes have like allergic reactions to it. And I'm like, is all this inflammation from the cologne I just put on? Fuck, I'm not going to put this cologne on anymore. It's a carcinogen. So we got a leftist liberal Canadian midget, F word, running around here spreading all his liberal propaganda lies. And he's really also just selling carcinogens. Isn't that always kind of ironic how the biggest liars are always just pushing carcinogens on everybody else? Whether it comes in the form of an injection, a double and a triple, or, you know, cigarettes, or even cannabis for that matter, you know, everything, you know, why are all of these people who complain and say everything is so wrong and evil, why are they always the ones pushing the carcinogens the most? Maybe there's a connection there. I don't know. But this monologue has gone on long enough. Dr. Pee probably whacked himself off and went to sleep. Probably sleeping like a white racist baby. And here you are all giggling. Or let me refresh the page. There's probably nobody even here. Ah! That's always the funniest thing is when you think you're talking to somebody and then you pull that page down. You're like, oh, nobody's here. I'm just schizophrenically monologuing to myself. But I'd like to play for you a song. I'm trying to write some American patriotic music to sell to the United States Army to brainwash our next wave of shock soldiers that we send into World War III to prevent the Shia Islamists, the 12ers, from building a doomsday device. Because I think our American farm boys are going to need excellent music to go wage a new war in Tehran and Esfahan, like the Knight Templars that they are. So this song is called Fire in the Gulf, dedicated to our shock troops that we are amassing to pour in by the tens of thousands into Iran to end the Shia 12ers and their doomsday machine. And by the way, I want all the Muslims to know in the room that Muhammad is obviously not the last and nor the greatest, nor the most glorious prophet of Islam. It turns out that it's actually DJT. Donald John Trump now has a firm position and stronghold in the history of Islam. And I'm just so excited that 1.4 billion Muslims around the world will have to admit that after the assassination of the Ayatollah, clearly DJT is the number one, the greatest and the most glorious. Peace and blessings be upon his name, Donald John Trump. Here we go, everybody. This is called Fire in the Gulf. And if the audio is not that great, well, too bad. Just go to sleep already. It's late.
Letters from home, folded in my suit, photos in my pocket, kids in crayon blue. I circle every promise. I said I'd see this through. I don't run from rockets in the sky. I remember who we swore we'd free. Every friend I watched go by stands up inside of me with a fire in the Gulf tonight.
That lame ass fuck, nigga, man. Turn the troll. Yeah, Lucas Week, man.
Comfort dunk.
Radio crackles, names in the dark, whispers of prisons, chained open scars. I see their faces across this wire. They're begging for a match. We're bringing them a fire. I don't buy men who deal in fear. I remember I came so far. Every tear that fell out here burns brighter than a star. With a fire in the Gulf tonight. Rolling like thunder, we don't break. We burn for every take the people who remember how to dream. We're the fire in the Gulf tonight. Rolling thunder. Dusting my teeth, sagging these boots, letters from home, folded in my suit, photos in my pocket, kids in crayon blue. I circle every promise, I said I'd see this through. I don't run from rockets in the sky, I remember who we swore we free. Every friend I watch go by stands up inside of me. We're the fire in the cold tonight. Going like fire. We don't break. We fight. For every voice they try to crush, we stand our ground. We do not hush. Raise that flag. Hold the line. One more push. One more time. We're the fire in the cold tonight. Until the tyrants lose their sight. Radio crackles, names in the dark, whispers of prisons, chained open scars. I see their faces across this wire. They're begging for a match. We're bringing them a fire. I don't bow to men who deal in fear. I remember why I came so far. Every tear that fell out here burns brighter than a star. We're the fire in the dark tonight. Burn like thunder. We don't cry. We hide. For every voice they try to crush, we stand our ground. We do not hush. Raise that flag. Hold the line. One more push. One more time. We're the fire in the dark tonight. Till tyrants lose their sight. From the farms in Iowa to the streets of Abaddon, hold rides in our armor, hand in hand, man to man. Oh, you can lock up every slogan, you can censor every scream, but you can't chain a people who remember how to dream.
You're saying you have one friend, one of our most
I know. Yes, yeah, I know. You're making shit up now. Yes, where's the gay club in Jerusalem? What's the name of the gay club, Haga? What's the name of the gay club, Haga?
What Norm does is called sea lioning.
No, I'm asking you a question based on what you said. What you're doing is just simple lying.
Clapping and
What you're doing is simple. It's just called lying. There's no special name for it.
Disingenuous.
Here's a direct question. Here's a direct question.
This is why I wanted to engage with Euro, because Euro at least goes back.
Here's the direct question.
I remember the rooms where they would have Normo is
what's
a
the name
cancer
of the
to the
gay
Jewish
club?
community.
What's the name of the gay club that's on the side of your holy
site? I don't keep up with the names of gay clubs in Jerusalem because I don't frequent them.
I don't think there are any, but maybe I'm wrong.
Frequent.
I think you're bullshitting.
Gay clubs in Jerusalem.
I think you're bullshitting.
I've provided 2 links already. You can
think I think El Normo is just waiting for somebody to insult him. Therefore, what you're saying,
I don't feel insulted.
We'll just stop addressing what Hagop is saying, and then we'll just go from El Normo, just
I asked him a direct
just
question.
people against him.
Which part of the Armenian quarter did Israel encroach on? Tell us.
Yes.
You're Armenian.
There's two churches, two specific churches that are
name them.
tied up in Israeli courts because there's
what are the names of the churches?
An unlawful sale done of that property.
What are the names of the churches?
And then there's also a
I want to look up your point.
parking lot being made on one of the lands, and then there's a gay club that was made on top of our monastery.
Yes, except you have no
because
back on
that
any of this,
property
right?
That property belongs to the Jewish state.
Oh, wait a second.
There's no problem with that.
Wait, I'm confused now.
It could belong to Israel. They can own the property.
Yeah,
as long
so
as they
it's our
don't encroach
property.
on people's freedom. Bro, I'm a Palestinian. I don't give a fuck.
What
I'm
freedom
talking about
has been
facts.
encroached upon?
As long as you don't encroach on
You
people's
said there's a gay club in
freedoms.
Jerusalem. We don't have gay clubs in Jerusalem. You're talking nonsense.
Here you go.
Dude, what's the name of this club? Where is this club? What's the name of your church? You're an Armenian. What's the name of the church?
The gay club is called
Damn, bro. You know what's crazy, bro? Euro is gonna be one to come off mic, bro. I feel like he has some secondhand embarrassment, right? Seems like Euro has a position, right, where he wants to defend. He just doesn't want to be associated with El Normo's tactics, right?
No, he's my good friend. What's the name of this church? Hagop, I'm still asking. What's the name of the church?
I'm pulling up all of the fucking links for you because
so you don't
see lines.
So you're just gonna play games with it. So you mentioned the church.
club called Norman. And
where is this? Hagop, where is this church?
Now the Arabs are here, bro. Now the Arabs are here. Good luck, no.
Hagop, where's this church? Which part of Jerusalem is it in? You've never been. You don't know the name. You're just making stuff up.
I have no idea if I have or haven't been to the holy city.
I can tell because you don't know what you're talking about. I can tell easily.
I know it very well. I also know the history of Lebanon very well. I also know the history of Iran very well, which you are very dishonest about.
Which part is dishonest? Slow down. What part is dishonest?
I study this shit for fucking fun.
Well, let's see how much you learn.
It's extremely important to me because
let's see how much you learn.
What I can teach you.
Tell me about. Really, so far you haven't said a single fact, not one. How come no facts?
Multiple facts.
Oh, really? So has the Christian population of Lebanon gone down since the civil war of the 80s? Yes.
Yes, I never denied that fact.
Oh, yeah, but you tried to defer. You tried to distract.
So you weren't expecting me to continue and be consistently honest, right? That's the difference between me and you.
How do you know what I was expecting? So the Christians are being. I guess don't be so proud of yourself. Okay, now so the Christians have been. Okay, so who's driven out the Christians from Lebanon?
Who's living out?
Mass inflation, government corruption.
I said who? I said who?
Mass inflation, government corruption.
Okay, and what about the Civil War? You don't think the Civil War? Did the Civil War have something to do with it?
The Armenians in Lebanon were untouched during the Civil War, and the fucking holy sites were protected.
So you're changing the subject now.
By Armenian youth and by Lebanese.
You're changing the subject. I thought you were going to be honest.
The church in Antilias, which is the
I thought you were going to be honest,
site in Armenia.
You're just rambling now.
Because it is the headquarters.
What does it have to do with anything?
It was kept safe during the Lebanese Civil War.
So in other words, you changed the subject.
By the Lebanese army.
Okay.
By the
you're just changing the subject.
And by the Armenian youth.
You're just changing the subject now.
None of that was in.
You just admitted that the Christians fled Lebanon.
A lot of people fled Lebanon. You're refusing.
And now there's more Muslims than Christians, aren't there?
It was a Muslim majority region. What the fuck do you?
No, it was not a Muslim majority country. It was supposed to be.
It is.
So let's go. It was not supposed to be. It was a French colony. It was a French colony, and the Christians were driven out by the Muslims.
And it's not supposed to be.
It's a Muslim majority now. It used to be a Christian majority.
That's correct.
It
Until the
was a
Muslims drove them
French
out.
colony with Mennonite Catholics,
That's correct.
Armenian Christians.
That's correct.
Lebanese
And now the Christians are in the minority. You say it's a Muslim area, which is really
Majority of the
racist.
people in that country fled due to economic.
No, they fled because they were driven out by
It's been a
by
financial
violence.
crisis since the 80s.
They've been driven out by the Civil War, as you well know. So stop lying. Now, here's the next question.
It's been
Let's go
a
on.
financial crisis. I'm not
Dude.
answering any of your questions. You didn't
Okay, I'm not
answer
surprised.
counter any of the points.
That's like
Well, I'll
every
answer
single
anything.
question. You can answer every single thing. I don't know why Normo talk. by the
What's
way.
that?
Why you
Let
are
us
the one
move. Good
talking?
luck.
Language,
Yeah,
Are you
Yeah, that's what the Ormo does, Hagar.
Muhammad, Ramadan Mubarak.
When presented with like a reasonable answer, right? He'll just interrupt you and then just try to
I stop you when you lie.
right?
You have to lie.
And then he thinks like I'm a victim.
I stop you when you lie. I'm
You
playing
can't have a
victim.
conversation
I'm obviously winning. I'm not a victim.
because
No,
they're all
no,
they
I
do is
stop
they
you
attack
when you
you.
lie.
If you present
You
with a
just
normal
want to interrupt
conversation,
everybody.
Yeah, I literally asked you what you were talking about.
Go,
I have
go
no
on.
idea.
You're a person in the panel. Al normo is stupidness.
What?
Finally, you shut
What
up.
language is this?
It's Arabic, motherfucker. We know our language. You got that?
Ramadan
It's Arabic now.
Mubarak.
Now we're facing the nightmare, motherfucker.
That's facing
You got
the
it?
right name, motherfucker.
Yeah, man. It's our
Dude,
land, man. You
dude, I hear your
learn
camel
that language
calling.
if you want to occupy the land.
I can hear your camel
If you
calling
want to
you.
occupy the land, you should learn the
Mohammed,
language of the land,
Come back to
motherfucker.
bed, Muhammad. Your camel's
No,
calling
man,
you right
I'm
now.
fucking right now,
Mohammed.
Mr. Normal. If you don't want
Mohammed.
Mr. Normal to be fucked, look at
Mohammed.
Israel right now.
Muhammad, your camel's calling you.
All right.
I'm not calling you.
That's actually a good performance. Here's a penny.
Abdullah Mahat. What?
Bro, it's so funny how we have more.
Don't even say that. You need a.
Can we just like put down Elise?
Yeah.
What the fuck? Y'all heard that, man?
Motherfucker.
What are y'all?
From the
Who's
years
this?
of
Mr. Gay here in the panel. Somebody have a cook in his ass.
From the
Telling
years
us,
of 1915 to 1920.
Is he trying to sound as stupid as he sounds? Is
From
this
the
like a
years of
joke?
1915 to 1923.
It's a war
The
time,
Syrian
motherfucker.
Jews, Muslims, and the Lebanese Druze and Christians and Muslims took in Armenian refugees.
Are you just saying like random shit? I mean, I'm pro Armo.
They're
Why that happened?
facts. They're facts.
Well, what does that have to do with anything? What
I'm
like
pro
point do you make?
everybody, bro. I'm pro everybody.
But what point are you
I'm
trying to
talking
make?
about the history of the region. Right
Why?
now. The same thing happened.
Why are you doing that?
1,300 years ago,
What are you
when
talking
the
about?
Armenians settled the Armenian quarter.
Dude, I think I like the Armenians more than you do. I won't even lie. I don't know why. And
I like
I'm
everybody,
using.
bro.
You don't like your mother.
I don't like
I'm
her.
not ethnocentric.
You don't like your
I'm not
mother.
ethnocentric. I like everybody
No,
equally.
except you got a hard on for the Jews, and I've seen this before.
I don't
That's
have
a
a hard
problem.
on for any.
Yeah, you do. You
I
do.
don't even have a hard on for
That's a
Armenians.
problem.
I have a hard on for humanity.
Surprisingly,
For humanity.
surprisingly dishonest, Hagar.
Bro,
Much less intelligent than
I like how you strike to the point.
I used to like to think of the Armenians as like the Jews of the area, smart, good with money, good with business.
No, we're just
These great
Armenians
things.
of the area. We're not Jews.
No, well, I like to think of you as Jews of the area because you were smart and capable and you took care of your community, but you're not living up to that
We've
expectation.
continued to, and by being fostered and also fostering refugee groups. That's the history of our peoples, both shared history of our peoples, right? We were accepted with open arms by the, like I said again, the Syrian Jewish community, the Syrian Muslim community post-genocide. We were also accepted with open arms as refugees by the Lebanese Muslim community, the Lebanese Druze community, and the Lebanese Catholic community. And I said the same thing happened. And at the
I'm
time,
sure why. That's
was
all
the
very
Holy
touching.
City of
Are you making a
Jerusalem,
point?
1,300 years ago. The problem now is the only people that are encroaching on our land just so happen to be the current oppressors.
I
which
thought
happens
you
to
said
be the
it was
state of
Israeli
Israel.
land. You just said it was Israeli land. How's that encroaching on
I
your land?
literally just
Are you
literally said it was. Yes, he said it was state-owned land.
It is state-owned land, but we're mandated
that means it's
to do it
Israeli
by your
land.
own fucking constitution.
What's that? We don't have a constitution, Hagab. I thought you studied
Whatever,
these
your
things.
fucking parliament, fucking your Knesset rules. We're fucking
you don't know.
mandated to have our own rights and be there, no?
No, but listen, I don't say that you should leave. But I asked you direct questions. You had no answers, which tells me
What's
you
Israeli land?
Are we mandated
What's
and
Israeli
protected
land
group
is?
within your borders?
What, say that again?
Are we
I want to know more. Explain what's
protected
Israeli
group
land
within
is.
your borders?
My answer would be yes, of course.
Then why is there a concentrated effort to take away the size of the quarters?
You're making a claim. You're making a claim that I have no substantiation for. So you're asking why, assuming that the thing is true. I have no information on it. I asked you about the churches. You don't know their names. I asked you about this club. You don't know its name. I asked you about the parking lot. You don't know where it is. Which led me to say that you've never been there.
I'm gonna move you. Mohammed, I'm gonna move you. We're having a normal conversation.
In Arabic, like Muhammad,
No, he's gone, bro. He's gone.
بيتكلموا شوية شوية.
No, don't talk about his mother. That's not cool.
That does not sound good.
His mother. That's
Did I ask you, stupid ass?
all right. There you go. You can also see yourself in the audience.
Yo, I just want to let y'all know that do you remember when the gas prices went up during the Biden administration?
No, most people here were not born then.
Yeah, it's not as bad.
No, like it doesn't even make sense what you're saying. Like I'm way younger than you all. Normal, like
most of you were not born during the gas crisis.
Dude, what do you think I'm going to say?
Administration.
I just said most of you were not born then.
Yo,
Biden administration was a year ago, bro.
We're talking about the gas crisis.
11 months ago, actually probably longer than that.
I'm talking about the gas crisis under Jimmy Carter's administration. That was a big problem.
Joe Biden.
Talking about?
Yes, it's just Joe Biden.
Also, I was alive during those times.
Yo, Elnor, how about this? How about you let me finish my statement? Then you can ask me 21 questions, do 3 backflips, and call me anti-Semitic. Okay?
I don't have any interest in any of that.
So listen.
Nothing you said makes sense. I don't have any questions or backflips.
Jesus Christ, bro! Do y'all remember when the gas prices were up, and during the Joe Biden administration, and they had Joe Biden "I did that" stickers? I just purchased a roll of 500 Trump stickers that say "I did that" off Temu, and I'm going to be spamming them every fucking place every gas station that I go.
You gotta
this is what you had to tell
play
people?
By the same rules.
You can't even say the word Temu?
Rise above.
This is really bad, NCAT.
Oh, yeah, I didn't pronounce Temu correctly. Oh, no.
Yeah.
Haji be upon me, bro. Oh, no.
No, it just speaks to your lack of intelligence. What can I say? It's not my fault.
It's literally 4 letters. Can I ask you a question, Normal?
It's literally 4 letters that you couldn't.
Can I ask who hurt you, bro? Who hurt you, man?
Nobody. I do
hurt you.
Nobody.
What have you heard me say besides, can you just let the other people talk? What have you heard me say that's
I heard you talk about articles in the chat that you hadn't read. I heard you whining and complaining
to a different. He's telling you
You're interrupting. You're doing the thing that you accused me of.
Yeah,
I heard you offending people. You didn't know what their point was.
I'm going to show you that.
I hear you adding
really is just doing the same thing that you do to him.
I hear you adding very little to the conversation. That's what I've heard.
To everyone else, actually.
You see, you see how I went quiet until you finish your statement? All I was telling you.
I had to tell you to shut up.
Okay, I'll just shut up and say.
You asked me what I heard you do. I just told you. I heard you add nothing. I heard you chime in over articles you hadn't read. I heard you defend somebody whose point you didn't understand. And I heard you mispronounce Temu and then mention some bullshit about stickers that made no sense whatsoever. So that's what I've heard from you. Now, what point would you like to make?
Yeah, sure.
Joking.
So yeah, he doesn't, and it's just completely fine. But a lot of things go over his head, right? So look, while
nothing
you were
has
arguing,
gone over my head. The sticker thing was just stupid.
I'm gonna let you finish again. Go ahead, Omar.
Nothing went over my head.
This point you made about stickers and mispronouncing Timu were just.
Let him elaborate himself.
No. Let El Normo finish. I realize how you beat El Normo. You just said, yeah, go ahead, finish. And then he feels like disheartened at the fact that you're like letting him.
I've never felt disheartened.
Oh, go ahead.
I've never felt disheartened. Do you have nothing but pretending fantasies of what's going on in my head? And saying that I was hurt and saying that I'm disheartened? Like you're schizophrenic, man. Where are you getting this shit from, really?
Okay, are you done, Alana?
No.
Okay, go ahead, bro.
I'll go as I see fit.
No, go ahead, bro. Go ahead.
I'll go as I see fit, bro.
No, go ahead.
Bro, him. No, go ahead.
Norm just said he goes all
No, go ahead. Yeah. I'm smarter and stronger than you. That's the point. Any other questions? In can?
Damn.
Yeah, so like Agap, I was just telling you, Agap is saying that he's not talking about the children that threw the rocks, right? You were talking about those. You said, hey, look, these people tell like their kids to throw rocks at soldiers.
I responded to the article he posted in
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead, Olamo.
I responded to the article he posted. Why don't you?
Okay, gotcha. I mentioned that he had posted multiple articles, and when he was talking about,
Go ahead. He was talking about all of them. I picked one, so he tried to change to the other one because the one that he posted was indefensible. Because as I've told you, the Palestinians train their kids to throw rocks at soldiers. And I can tell you quite honestly that if you do that, the soldiers will return fire. So those Palestinians are sending their children to die, and that is savage. Got it? Now, you want to talk about the other article? Tell me what the other article is. I'll click on it. I'll look at it. I'll read it, and we can discuss it. Does that make sense to you, Incan?
Yeah, you're done, Guillermo?
No. I asked you a question.
Okay, go ahead, bro. My bad. I'll go back on me. Go ahead, man. Tell me what you...
Okay. Does what I say make sense to you?
I need you to, finish it with, I'm done, by the way, because I don't want to, interrupt you.
I can't help you with your needs. I'm not here to fulfill your needs.
Yeah, well, I can respond to your question.
Okay. Did you understand what I said?
Yeah. It was, bloated and unnecessarily repeating itself, and we all understood.
But you did understand it, right?
Yeah. I mean, there was way too many words.
So would you like to respond? Would you like to respond to it?
Yeah. So, my response would be, what's being presented to you
is
inexcusable, reasons of why children would die, right? And
well, no, that's not what was presented to me. What was presented was two articles.
So if somebody's...
Wait a second. You're wrong about that.
So if somebody's criticism is which article would you like to... You're like, no, throwing rocks at, soldiers is completely reasonable to then, kill those children, right? And then their reaction is you know what? I'm not even going to argue with that. I just think that's just
inarguable.
So we can just get through this. Look at this other article in which kids are not throwing rocks, right?
Let's look at it, man. Did you read it? Incan? Hello? ¿Hablas inglés? Mijo.
Just medium parameters where we both agree, we can derive conclusions and talk about it, right?
Did you read the article?
No, I want to talk about parameters that I don't agree with. It just shows that Agap is in the words of Gen Z, Agap is Chad maxing, right? While you're just gesture maxing, right?
That's all that's happening. Article. Did you read the article?
That's crazy, man. And I shout out to Agap.
Incan, let him talk, you fucking retard.
Incan, did you read the
just,
article?
Put down a leaves, but not from the stage,
stop whining like a bitch.
Your dog has terminal cancer, right? I mean,
stop whining like a bitch. Incan,
hey, yo,
did you read
what are
the article?
Names, bro? Yo.
Incan, did you read the article?
That was really mean. I haven't been disrespectful to you.
Stop whining like a bitch.
Sorry,
I haven't been whining like a bitch.
You need to get out of your feelings, bro. Come on, that was unnecessary.
Incan, I'm out of my feelings, except you're giving me...
Yeah, no, you don't have feelings, bro. I'm a human being. That's fucked up, bro.
Well, your feelings are not my problem or responsibility.
Did I throw rocks at you now? That's great.
Yeah. So did you read the article? Did you read the article, Incan? You didn't read it, did you?
Norm. What? I don't think anybody wants to have a conversation with you when you're just...
Everybody's having a conversation with me.
Yeah,
What are you trying to read
you be
people's
quiet
minds
and let
for?
other people have conversations? That's
We are.
The
That's what
conversation.
we're doing. This is the conversation.
Just
This is the conversation that we're having.
Yo, Coco, it's like people are telling him like, yo, can we just like have like a regular conversation?
That's what we're doing.
And like, you know,
This is our regular
and he's like, no,
conversation.
dude, people want to have conversations with me. In fact, they're having conversations about not wanting to have conversations with me.
This is the
Have a
conversation.
conversation with me.
This is the conversation, Ingrid. You didn't read the article, did you?
Yes, normal, I did.
You read the article? Okay, let's read it together. Put a copy of the article in the chat. Let's read it
It's
together.
already in the chat. We told you which one it was. You said, hey, click on the last
No, you didn't
last
say
of the
which one
Lettering
it
Rock.
was. So put the article in the chat. You put it right at the bottom so we can all click on it. We'll read it together, okay? Do that now.
No.
Copy it, paste it in the. Come on, we'll have that nice conversation you
they've
wanted to
checked
have.
out. I think
Yeah,
they've
like we've
checked
checked out
out.
normal. Like we just
you
seem
checked
like
out.
unreasonable.
So you didn't read the article. So you lost,
Seems
right?
an unreasonable interlocutor, right?
Is it unreasonable to say
Like
let's
the
look
amount
at the
of
article?
honesty we see, like with you, is like
Is it unreasonable to say
all
let's
that
look
you're
at the
going to do is
article?
like trying to rage bait us into like engaging with you.
Right.
We just like
Right.
we
I
don't
know.
want to
You've got
engage
all
with you.
sorts of
Not
psychological
because we think
analysis.
that you have like great points, but we're just like, dude, why waste our time?
You've got all sorts of psychological analysis, but you didn't read the article, did you?
right?
Why didn't you read the article?
Which article, Inca?
The article that you were.
Yeah. So like that's what I was telling. Look. I'll talk to Euro, right? Like Euro's obviously on like somewhat on the side that you're pointing out. Like, look, if you scroll up in chat, right? I got posted a link to multiple articles in chat, and the one El Normo was talking about with the rods is the last one. I think it's like the other two that I got posted, which the kids are playing soccer, right? And that's the one he's discussing. It's like that's very simple.
I saw one that was a BBC article. Is that the one you're talking about?
No. Let me see. Let me just look up in chat and just post it all over. Give me 1 second.
Maybe it's further back.
Yeah, I just do something on my phone. Let me just go back and check. 1 second.
It was a simple, straightforward thing. I said, "Did you read the article?" It doesn't really.
Yeah, I just want to talk to Euro. Euro just seems like a.
No, I don't blame you. I don't blame you because you were completely out of the new correct?
Like,
You were completely out of the new
guys.
It's tough to be asked to grow up.
It sounds like fried eggs.
It's
Like,
tough
honestly.
to ask a man to be a man, isn't it? You feel victimized by it. I don't blame you, Incan. I feel sorry for you. Man up is all I'll say. Go ahead. Talk to me.
Listen, I'm not throwing rocks. I'm not throwing rocks at you. Please don't.
I know you're not. Just go, Incan, because I know you have feelings and everything, but it's a little bit creepy.
You didn't call me a bitch, bro, and I didn't say anything.
No, I said stop whining
like
like a
people
bitch.
this, your people that.
I said
wasn't
stop
like you're like you sound like this. All that I said was like, yo, I think Tag Up is talking about something different, man. That's all I said.
To be honest, you did act like a bitch. I won't lie. And I asked you to stop. And I think it's a reasonable request.
Okay, man. I mean, that means a lot coming from you. So
thank you. I know. And what you say means nothing coming from you.
Yeah.
So that's the difference between you and me. Capiche? Me entiendo?
Yeah, 100%.
Perfecto.
Like, I respect your opinion, and therefore, like,
not
the
as
things
much
that
as
you
I
say,
respect yours.
completely, like.
Not as much as I respect yours. Just want to make sure that you admit that you never read the article and you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. So
Yeah, I did, El Normo.
Oh, yeah, what's it? Okay, good. Tell me what it's about. Tell me what's it about. What's the article about? Go ahead.
It's about a kid getting shot by the IDF, right, and not deserving to be shot, right? And it's not the one where
tell me more.
Right?
Tell me more about the article. What's the story?
Yeah, well, I don't know. Like, I don't know. You know, I'm just trying to get it for Euro, bro. Like, can you just stop trying to talk to me, man? Like,
no, I can.
Whatever reason you think that, like.
The answer is no.
You can just like that. That's
no, I think I saw 2 articles, so I think maybe that's what you're talking about.
Yeah, and Euro, if you know like
There are 3 in the chat, Euro.
Okay, well, I saw 2 of them. I'll keep looking.
Wow, it's almost like Euro's like a human being, right? Where you can have like a conversation.
Talking about the one where the 11-year-old kid was shot. This was like 2 years ago. Is that what we're referring to?
Yeah, I didn't read them because it was a little too heavy.
Yeah. Yeah, a lot of them are. It's really sad.
Yeah.
Yo, Cuckoo, check my profile.
Please don't scroll. I'm just trying.
MG, my brother, we don't allow stuff like that in this room. It's technically considered doxing. If you could, please change your profile picture back to what it was.
Alright, I'll do it because you asked, not because he asked.
Thank you, my brother. We protect everybody's rights in here.
Okay.
Everybody but Elise, apparently, because you guys just keep bullying fucking Elise for no reason.
Reason? No, there's good reason.
Thank God he left. Yes.
What's the reason? What's the reason?
Because you're beautiful, Elise.
Yo, did he leave because of the profile? What the fuck?
He'll be back.
Nah, I wish I did it earlier.
He's always here. Just mention the idea of 3 times he'll appear.
That guy sucks all the air out of the room. I can't fucking breathe with him.
I'm just trying to become a big content creator.
You were dick riding him earlier. What the fuck?
No, I wasn't.
It's our oil.
They kicked me from the room. They kicked me from the room. Hello?
When I just thought about it, I just had something from that house. Ain't sent this shit.
Literally part of both of our daily routines. And not only does it work on the nights, it works on
me.
Okay, this is El Normo debates you.
Please don't scroll. I'm just trying to. Please don't.
To be shot, right? And it's not the one who
Tell me more. Tell me more about the article. What's the story?
Yeah, well, I don't know. Like, I'm just trying to get it for you, bro. Like, can you just stop trying to talk to me, man? Like,
no, I can
whatever reason, it's not deserving to be shot, right? And it's not the one who
Tell me more. Tell me more about the article. What's the story?
Yeah, well, I don't know. Like, I'm just trying to get it for you, bro. Like, can you just stop trying to talk to me, man? Like,
no, I can
whatever reason, it's not deserving to be shot, right? And it's not the one who
Tell me more about the article. What's the story?
Yeah, well, I don't know. Like, I'm just trying to get it for you, bro. Like, can you just stop trying to talk to me, man? Like,
no, I can
whatever reason, it's not deserving to be shot, right? And it's not the one who
Tell me more about the article. What's the story?
Yeah, well, I don't know. Like, I'm just trying to get it for you, bro. Like, can you just stop trying to talk to me, man? Like,
no, I can
whatever reason, it's not deserving to.
Like a bitch, I won't lie. And I ask you to stop. I think it's a reasonable request.
Okay, man. I mean, that is a lot coming from you. So
thank you. I know. And what you say means nothing coming from you.
Yeah.
But that's the difference between you and me.
Bro.
Capiche? Like a bitch, I won't lie. And I ask you to stop. I think it's a reasonable request.
Okay, man. I mean, that is a lot coming from you. So
thank you. I know. And what you say means nothing coming from you.
Yeah.
But that's the difference between you and me.
Bro.
Capiche? Like a bitch, I won't lie.
Okay, man. I mean, that is a lot coming from you. So thank you. I know. And what you say means nothing coming from you. Yeah. But that's the difference between you and me, bro. Capiche? Like, I ask you to stop. I think it's a reasonable request. Okay, man. I mean, that is a lot coming from you. Yeah, grow up. It sounds like fried eggs. It's tough to ask a man to be a man, isn't it? You feel victimized by it. I don't blame you, Incan. I feel sorry for you. Man up is all I'll say. Go ahead. I talk about you. Grow up. It sounds like you're just like, dude, why waste our time? We have got all sorts of psychological analysis, but you didn't read the article, right? Why didn't you read the article? Which article, Incan? The article that you were reading. Yeah, so like that's what I was telling. Look, I'll talk to Euro, right? Like Euro's on. You're just like, dude, why waste our time? No, you don't have feelings, bro. I'm a human being. That's fucked up, bro. Well, your feelings are not my problem. That's right. Yeah. So did you read the article? Did you read the article, Incan? You didn't read it, did you? No. What? I think. No, you don't have feelings, bro. I'm a human being, man. And I like, shout out to hang up. I'm not Incan. Let him talk, you fucking retard. Incan, did you read the article? Like go down at least, but like not like from like the stage, like stop whining like your dog has like terminal cancer, right? Busy, man. And I like, shout out to hang up. I'm not Incan. Let him talk, you fucking retard. Incan, did you read the article? Like go down at least, but like not like from like the stage, like stop whining like your dog has like terminal cancer, right? Busy, man. And I like, shout out to hang up. I'm not Incan. Let him talk, you fucking retard. Incan, did you read the article? Like go down at least, but like not like from like the stage, like stop whining like your dog has like terminal cancer, right? Busy, man. And I like, shout out to hang up. I'm not Incan. Let him talk, you fucking retard. Incan, did you read the article? Like go down at least, but like not like from like the stage, like article in which you guys are not. Okay, let's look at it. Let's look at it, man. Did you read it? Incan? I'm not English. Mijo. Just medium parameters with both the article in which you guys are not like interrupted. I can't help you with your needs. I'm not here to fulfill your needs. Yeah, well then so I didn't respond to your question. Okay. Did you understand what I said? Yeah. Like it was like bloated, unnecessarily repeating it's like interrupted. I can't help you with your needs. I'm not here to fulfill you. So those Palestinians are sending their children to die, and that is savage. Got it? Now you want to talk about the other article? Tell me what the other article is. I'll click on it. Yeah, go ahead, Alert. I responded to the article he posted. Why don't you? Okay, gotcha. Trump mentioned that he had posted.
I ain't gonna lie, you can't say that. You can't.
Years, nigga. Who years before they was 800?
Friends, her child, Jet, is with one of my good friends, is a drummer by the name of Lil John. Really? John Roberts, yeah. That is so funny. Between you and then Spiritus, I got that Melissa Ford hookup. So like y'all know some folks on here. So friends, but I've met her, but we're not friends. Well, Spiritus knows her, so I'm trying to stay close to Spiritus so I can so one day I can run across.
Wait, knows who?
Come on, Melissa Ford.
Oh yeah. We used to work together.
Yeah, I remember. I know this. Like Matt knows Kadada Jones. So I got my people down. So I know that between F. Gray and Quinn, I can get the Jill Scott. I got Melissa Ford, and then I got Kadada through Matt. So I'm good. I got my fantasy dream team set up.
All right, word.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well,
You know, we're connecting in a couple weeks in the city. So.
Oh, you a Muslim?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, so, because, hey, we're friends. I come to your music rooms, it's great.
I love it.
This is giving me Clubhouse season 1 vibes, where it was.
Absolutely is that. That's the message is the nail on the head. That is exactly what it used to be.
Welcome to my YouTube
Okay, look at my
channel,
PTR.
special YouTube friends. I want you to subscribe to this YouTube channel right now, friend.
That is so cool.
And then I met Chadwick before this scene. I like to chat with people as best I can. If they don't want to talk to me, okay, no problem. But Chad was, very cool talking to me. He was. So when he did it, he was like, man, he's like, you're the one, you're Jill Scott State, right? I said, yeah. He said, why don't you ought to do a little bit more. I said, Chadwick, the casting director, told me, this is Jill's entry to the film. This is her moment. Don't try to overdo anything. Then Chad was like, oh man, you could have did this. Man, you could have done that. You could have, he was giving me notes on the spot of how to, juice those, 15 seconds I was with her.
David Canavan knows you wouldn't want to be in his shoes.
She looked like she smelled good. Everything was good. Trust me.
What to do for my
everything was colorful and bountiful.
He employs 20 people at this Edison Park institution, the famed Irish bar, the Emerald Isle.
Thank you all for a great discussion. It is so late for me and I have to get up for work, but it was so great.
Same here, brother.
So
yeah, I'm with that.
Madison, I'm so happy you popped in too, because we don't get to see you a lot. So it's good to see you, Madison.
Very good to see you.
It's really sweet. It's really sweet. We'll do more of this hopefully someday. And listen, I would love, and I'm dead serious about this, like just free. So I haven't done it in a year. I do my music rooms all the time where I'm just DJing and whatever the fuck I want, and people sit in the audience and listen. That's it. That's cool. But I haven't done like my playlist collection rooms. Basically, everybody coming in and you're giving tracks based on a theme. It could have so we've done everything, and I have all the playlists out there, but it could be, songs with a season in the title, or weather, or it could be a song, R&B songs from the 70s. It could be like that. It could be like R&B songs. We had a versus battle between 70s and 80s R&B. We had, I think, 90s and 80s R&B. We also had songs, that have a name, like a personal name, proper name in it, like Michael or Patty or, Quinn, whatever it is. And it was a great way people would come up. We'd play like a minute and a half, verse, chorus, bridge, whatever. And then we'd put it on the playlist that everybody can take home with them. And it was fucking great and nice, fun room. So I'd love to do that sometime with y'all. You can give me whatever theme, whatever the hell you want.
Very cool. Yeah, let me know about it. I just PTR me with one of my favorite folk.
The great Al Jarreau.
Absolutely.
Al Jarreau.
Yeah, and that and I don't think we had cell phones then, so pictures were not as readily.
They were not. And it's probably a good thing. It's probably a good thing. I could have had.
What about me? What was the question?
You don't work today?
I just said this morning I'm about to go to work in a bit.
I thought you said like you don't like want to work or.
I go to work in a bit.
What hour like you work? 9 or what?
I started 10 today.
It's like 8:30 a.m.
Yes.
You have a lot of time.
Wow, mashallah, 1 hour and a half.
Enjoy your time.
Julian Stratton's been caught taking MAGA money, corporate money, even a boost from ICE contractors.
Game start.
Introducing Gatorade Lower Sugar.
Feel like I'm getting deja vu. This is like a rock war number 2. A rock war number 2. I go to the soil supplies. Be ashamed if someone invaded you. If someone invaded you. I ran so far away. From them night and day. But just so you say. A drone appears above your head. A moment comes falling down on you. Falling down on you. The fleet is moving nearer still. The Strait of Hormuz, it comes in view. The oil must flow through. And there is a red so far away. Upon my red, upon them night and day. But destroy USA. Inside the air, it's a big red button. Atomic bombs from far